Willkommen, bienvenue, privyet, konnichiwa, ahlan, hola, and hello. We would like to welcome you to Creation ModCon 2021. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Trent Sparks, one of the voice actors for Beyond Skyrim, and the first of several MCs to guide you through this dangerous con. Well, okay, it's not really all that dangerous, but you gotta sell it where you can. Anyway, over the next 2 days, we will be presenting panels featuring members from the various teams of Skywind, Skyblivion, Beyond Skyrim, and the Arcane University. Each panel will have a set of predetermined questions and an audience Q&A. So if you have a question that you would like to ask, please feel free to put those in the chat with question in all caps, and our question masters will scoop them up and deliver them to us in Discord. If you'd like to see the schedule for ModCon or learn more about any of the individual various project teams, you can find those links to each of those in the description below this video. Now, for the first of these 2 days, here's what we've got lined up. Now, please remember, all of these times that I'm about to list are UTC, so that you can make adjustments to your own time zone so you can figure out when it is. Coming up right here at 4 p.m., which was actually about a minute and a half ago, the first panel will be the yardsticks of no, not yards. Some people use metric. Let's call it the rulers of Tamriel. That's much more applicable, which will be leads from the various teams talking about what goes into running a project and whatnot. Immediately after that, there will be a short intermission, and at 5 p.m., there is the 12 Worlds, which will be the level designers talking about how you use the creation kit to create a world like Tamriel. After that, at 6 p.m. UTC, is the Throats of the World, which is a few of us voice actors talking about what we do and how it fits into the project. After that, at 7 p.m. UTC, is Debella's Chosen, which is the 2D and 3D artists talking about how their process works. At 8 p.m. UTC, the Fan Art Contest. Ooh. Actually, it kind of sounded like it was haunted, which it's not. Could be, may not be. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. And finally, at 9 p.m., we have the Skyblivion Walkabout, which several members of the Skyblivion team will take us on a lovely stroll through Cyrodiil as it exists in their project. And you get to see what kind of stuff that they've built, which should be really, really cool. And that will wrap up today's schedule, and then we'll have a whole nother schedule for tomorrow. But as I said, the first of the panels that we're going to be doing is the Rulers of Tamriel, where we're going to be talking to the various team leads and what goes into running a team. So let's go ahead and bring these fine folks in. And who we have on this thing is Bellatrix for Cyrodiil. Actually, you guys were going to introduce yourselves, weren't you?
Would you like me to start?
Well, I already said your name, so yeah, you probably should.
Hi, I'm Bellatrix. I'm a project co-lead for Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, and I'm also a project lead for Beyond Skyrim Roscrea.
Lovely. And Rob?
Well, hello. Yes, so I am the Elsewhere lead and have been for some time, and I also look after Beyond Skyrim PR as well.
And Nariel?
Hi, I'm Nariel. I'm a writer on Beyond Skyrim Roscrea and a concept artist on Skywind. However, I'm here among the rulers of Tamriel because I'm one of the 3 leaders at the Arcane University, where we teach folks how to mod.
Yes. Rebel.
Hello, friends. I am Rebel, or Rebel Size. I'm the project lead for Skyblivion, where I make myself useful however I can.
And finally, Zix.
Yo, I'm Zix. I'm one of several leads over at Skywind. We don't have any singular project lead, but I'm here to represent the larger body of us, and hopefully I'm on my best behavior today.
Maybe, hopefully. I mean, could be interesting. Could get exciting. Who knows? So let's go ahead and start out with kind of a general overall question. It's going to be a little bit vague, but what's it like leading a project for something like this? Let's go ahead and start with Bellatrix again.
Oh, it's a very interesting experience leading a project like this. So it'd be interesting to see what everyone else's experience is. But we have, especially with Cyrodiil, we've got hundreds of people across all sorts of different time zones and with all sorts of different interests. And then effectively, we just have to, it's a massive amount of coordination, just making sure that the sort of the plans that we have for the next few months, everyone knows what we're working on, and we can sort of move it along piece by piece. It's an awful lot of coordination, problem solving, trying to recruit people to get past bottlenecks that we might have, coordinating with other projects to make sure that everything all lines up. But yeah, mostly my job is coordination to make sure that everything runs smoothly and everyone else can play their part.
Rebel?
Quite a different answer. For me, leading a project feels a lot like steering a ship. People look up to you because you can move a really big wheel around, but the real work is done below deck. I mean, we have a really big team of very talented individuals working on Skyblivion every single day. And really, all I do is make sure that the ship is steered mostly in the right direction, which for the past 5 years I've been able to do semi-successfully. And yeah, other than that, I mean, being a lead, it takes a lot of time and effort. Maybe more importantly, it takes heart. If you don't have a love for the franchise and the people you work with, then you can't really expect to be, a good lead and inspire your team. We all work jobs. I myself have a full-time job as well, or we have families. So, I have a bit of experience of working a job with people who don't enjoy what they do. So that can really suck the motivation out of you. And I think the cool thing about a project like this is you work with like-minded individuals who join the project for the love of the games, of the franchise, of the community. And yeah, that's something really special to be a part of.
Cool. Zix?
Oh boy. I think the other two hit it pretty dang well. I guess the only thing I could probably add is, as a lead, you sort of have to. I don't lead the greater project as a whole. Trust me, several of us do, but you sort of have to have a balance between, you want to give people time to do their things. You also have to have sort of expectations for people. So just trying to have like a balance between, morale and then also, having the opportunity to say, hey, let's do some things. We're all working towards a common goal with passion in mind, with, hard work in mind. And we all want to make something cool. So having like a communal mindset towards that is something that's huge. And morale goes a long way in making that happen.
Rob?
Yeah, so I would echo what everyone else has said with the addition that I am a manager in real life, and this is completely different. It really makes you work very, very hard on your soft skills because you, as Bellatrix said, people have to want to do things at work. You just say, "This is your job, do it, and do it now." You can't do that in a volunteer project because otherwise everyone would leave. So it really, really does test you as a person. The other thing I would say is that it teaches you the art of compromise. You have to compromise. You can't just come in as a lead and say, right, I want A, B, C, D. I want them all done. You have to realize that these are volunteers with, as Rebel said, with their own lives, and so you have to compromise quite a lot. But it is extremely rewarding, and I actually find being a lead of Beyond Skyrim quite humbling as well.
And as the one who's got a very different team, Nariel.
Yeah, well, the Arcane University is obviously a modding school, not a project. So leading that will be very different from making, an actual mod. Most of our work just go into making sure that all of the students are learning stuff that's actually relevant to the partner projects, and making sure that we're staying on top of all the workflows that all of the different projects use, pretty much.
Cool.
Just being there for the students with any questions they have.
Awesome. So our next question is, it involves what is oftentimes referred to as churn, where you have people who will join the project, will stick around for a little while, and then wind up leaving and then come back and constantly having to replace people. So how do you handle the comings and goings of the various volunteers that are involved with your teams? And I'm going to start with Rob on this one.
So yes, it is unfortunately a large part of what we do. It happens a lot, and it often happens at inopportune times. And unlike work, where everyone gets a cake and a party, or at least a card, people in volunteer projects typically just disappear and never say a word. So that can be a little bit difficult to get used to. But once you're familiar with the process, you then, okay, that person's left. You send them a couple of DMs, they don't reply. Okay, they've unfortunately left. Elsewhere is in a rather unique position compared to some of the other projects, in that due to our size and the how much the public are excited about us compared to the other projects, we have to actually directly recruit. So we actually go out and recruit people actively rather than passively waiting for people to come and say, I'd love to work on elsewhere. So that's probably a big difference for us. We actually have to go out and actively replace people that leave.
All right. Zix?
I'd say that churn is a pretty big challenge. I mean, I think that's obvious, but it's kind of something you have to deal with. We're all volunteer projects, and people are going to come and go. People are going to have things come up in their life, or people are just going to burn out, because that's a very real thing. Sometimes you just have slow periods. Sometimes you have really, really active periods of like time, and it honestly just depends on who's there at the time. If more people come in, it's usually a super awesome thing. Morale is high, and everybody's working really, really hard on everything. And then you have slow periods where you sort of kind of have to get back into the recruitment drive and sort of wait for extra people to come along, and then it's very challenging, and you just kind of have to go with the flow. That's really all I would say.
Okay. And Rebel?
Well, I mean, as you say, we're all volunteers who work on a project like this in our free time, and sometimes, unfortunately, this means people have to step down and focus on other priorities. It's a really big part of these volunteer projects, and perhaps one of the biggest challenges that I think we all face day to day. But instead, it's something that I really choose to celebrate. I think it's easy to sit here and be disappointed of all the people who chose to leave the project, but instead, I think it's absolutely wonderful that there are hundreds of people at this point who have chosen to join these projects in their free time and feel like what we're doing here is cool and special enough to want to tag along and help where they can. At the end of the day, every little bit helps, and many hands make light work. And it doesn't matter if you create an entire city tile set, or if all you contributed was a set of spoons. At the end of the day, it's one step closer to that release date, which we're all striving for. So while it is unfortunate sometimes the way that people disappear without saying anything or without handing their work in, I still think it's a very unique position to be in, that you literally have people coming to you to see what they can do to help out reach that release goal that we all strive for. So I think it's very cool, but also, like everyone else says, a big challenge to keep under control and keep morale high and keep people moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Righty. So, with regard to the various projects kind of interfacing with each other, how has Skyblivion and Skywind and Beyond Skyrim collaborated in the past? And are there any ways that they could collaborate in the future? And if you want to kind of chime in on a kind of a secondary half of that question, when would it be appropriate to collaborate and not? Let's start this one with Nariel.
Well, the Arcane University is just one big collaboration. The university isn't truly a separate thing from either of the big projects. We are the collective effort of our partner projects. So, for example, all of our partner projects have at least one teacher in the university. Because of this, we have a great collection of experienced modders in one place without putting strain on a single project. And in return for providing a teacher, the university provides a place to send any promising recruit, and we teach them the skills they need to join the project. But there's much more to the partnership between our projects and the university than just that. But it boils down to that everyone pitches in to create a learning platform that everyone benefits from.
And Rebel.
I think the collaborating it is a bit of a complicated topic because we have all these different projects with different visions, different art styles, and in the case of Beyond Skyrim, especially different biomes. You know, you have projects taking place in Cyrodiil, Argonia, elsewhere, you name it, and that makes it sometimes difficult to find areas to find some overlap. Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil and Skyblivion, for instance, is a good example of successful collaborations. We've tried to collaborate in the past, exchange flora or architecture with each other, and help each other out where we can. Skywind as well. I believe they're using some of our trees. Something that we're using from them is the lava assets, which work very nicely in the Oblivion realms. So I think there definitely is room to collaborate, and it's something that I think at the end of the day benefits all the parties involved. If we can give you something that means you don't have to make that thing yourself anymore, which means you can focus on something else. So I'm very, very happy to see that we've been able to collaborate so far. And moving forward, I would love to try and keep that collaboration going. I think at the end of the day, we're all part of the same team. I know we're different projects, and we're all trying to release our own vision. But at the end of the day, we're all part of the Skyrim modding community, which we're actually here to celebrate this weekend as well. So collaboration is a really big part of that, I think. And moving forward, I hope this only gets better and better.
And Bellatrix.
Yeah, for me, it's really interesting hearing Rebel talk about that, because obviously we collaborate with Skyblivion, but from the Beyond Skyrim side. So I guess for me, we like to collaborate where we can. So obviously things like the Alien tile set, that was a huge piece of work, and both projects share it. So that's really helped us. But there are also areas where we can't particularly or might not want to collaborate quite as much. So Skyblivion are recreating Oblivion in the Skyrim engine, whereas we're recreating Cyrodiil as it is in the Skyrim timeline. So that gives us a slightly sort of different direction to take the mod in. So things like clothing might have changed in the 200 years since Oblivion was sort of released, or even things like we have more freedom in terms of, Bethesda always talk about there's a sort of cultural divide between Clovia and Nibony, but you never really felt that whilst playing Oblivion, whereas because we're sort of creating things in our own timeline, that's given us a lot more freedom to actually make different clothing for each area and different cutlery for each area, just so that we can take what Bethesda said and then make it feel a bit more real. Whereas I don't think that's quite the intent with Skyblivion, or as an outsider I get the impression that's not quite the intent with Skyblivion. But yeah, certainly we collaborate where we can. Actually, we do share a lot of members between teams, so I know there's people that are on Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil who are also on Skyblivion and vice versa, so they might have been on Skyblivion and then joined Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil.
Okay. So this one is a little bit on the convoluted side, but stick with me. We'll get there. What I'd like you guys to talk about is, or rather are, the differences between leading a province that has a previous Elder Scrolls title and one that doesn't, now, that is ignoring Elder Scrolls Online, kind of set that aside. And what are the challenges of dealing with existing like nostalgia versus creating things brand new? I suppose I should probably pick which one of you I want to answer this. Well, Bellatrix, you just got finished talking, so I'm going to torture your vocal cords more. Go.
That's absolutely fine. So I'm in quite a unique position here. So I lead or co-lead a team where obviously Cyrodiil has been released in previous games and there's an awful weight of lore and history and nostalgia there. I also lead Beyond Skyrim Roscrea, which I think has about 2 lines of lore associated with it about Emperor Uriel Septim V conquering it, and that's about all we know. So I feel like I've experienced both extremes, and I'd say they have their pros and cons. So Cyrodiil, it's not easy, but it's relatively easy. So we've got all this history, we know what's happened, we know who the main sort of families and players are. And we can sort of take those stories and run with them and bring them up to the modern time. But obviously there's a whole weight of expectation around that. People sort of have their opinions of what it should be like and what they expect from us. So I guess you have a little bit less creative freedom. So there's quite a lot of freedom within the stories, but there's certain themes that we probably need to run with. And then there's all sorts of nostalgia. So hopefully a lot of people will have played Bruma and gone to see Cloud Rule the Temple. And we have to kind of nod to what's gone before, but hopefully have a fresh take on it. So I really liked how Cloud Rule the Temple turned out. The first time I went in there in game, it gave me a lump in my throat. But it's making sure we actually get that right and do something that's sort of worthy of what's gone before. Whereas with Roscrea, it's the complete opposite end of the spectrum. So yes, we don't really know anything about it, so that gives us a lot more creative freedom. But then that's almost a problem in itself, because where do you actually start? You could take it in any direction. So a lot of what we did when the mod restarted back in, I think it was 2015, was actually sitting down and coming up with a coherent vision for what we actually wanted Roscrea to be. So we did take some inspiration from Skyrim, so there's a lot of references from the sort of the animal symbols that you see in Draugr dungeons, but we've taken those themes and run with them. There's a lot about sort of new beginnings and things on Roscrea as well, but yeah, so they're very different. One is almost a completely blank canvas, but then you have to work out what you actually want to do with it. And then if you're working with something that's gone before, you're a lot more constrained, but in some ways that does actually help you.
Nice. Rob.
Yeah, so we're sort of in the middle. We do have a TES game. We don't have a TES game, rather, but we do have more lore than Roscrea. So although we don't have quite the same level of freedom, we do share the lack of a TES game, which in our case leads to a significantly reduced audience for Elsewhere. But we do get freedom. So how we deal with it is that we take what we have, and we have become hyper organized. I spend an awful lot of time organizing the team and making sure that everything's documented and as up to date as possible, so that we can make as much as we can out of what we have. And we also try to reduce churn, so that when we get somebody, we keep them. And as Rebel said, that they contribute, which pushes our mod forward.
Mm-hmm. And finally, Zix.
Hooray. I love this question, mainly because it pertains a whole lot to my project, Skywind. We have to deal with the nostalgia of having the first modern, like, Elder Scrolls game, as well as, making something completely new, which is what we ultimately want to do. It's easy to sort of look at like the scope of our project as an outsider and say, oh, they're just going to recreate Morrowind with like the rose-colored glasses and everything, 1-to-1. Or, it's also easy to sort of look at our project and say, oh, well, they're doing everything completely different. And, it's going to be like a Geiger version of Morrowind, where in reality, it's also not that. it's really difficult to actually strike a balance. Mainly because we have a large team, we have a lot of people with a lot of passion coming on. Everybody wants to have sort of like they all have their own sort of thoughts on it, so it's either closer to like nostalgia or like a purist side, which is kind of what I'm on that sort of side. But there's also like a bunch of people that want to do something completely new. So when we have like our concept artists creating something like the Stronghold set, for example, like the Dunmary Strongholds, right? The really big gray boxes that were on Morrowind that really didn't make any sense aside from like what was in the lore. We're recreating those to like push them in a different direction, just to give it a new breath of life, something completely new, to keep the same sort of atmosphere about them, but make them more sense towards what we're actually going for. And that's sort of a challenging thing because people are going to say, hey, it's not one-to-one. Well, my argument would be if it's exactly one-to-one, then what's the point? If you want to go play Morrowind, right? If you want to go play Oblivion, go play Oblivion. But if you want to play something completely new, try one of the projects that we're making. It's something that Skywind has problems with basically all the time because people have different views, and I'm sure the other projects do as well. But I love this question because the discourse on it can just go on and on and on forever. You could, have 10 different timelines, and Skywind, for example, would be different in all 10 different timelines. One of which might be, completely vanilla experience. But yeah.
And Rebel, did you want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, I'll keep my answer short since we've had some great answers to this one already. But from my experience, recreating a game like Skyblivion, which is a remake of Oblivion, it comes with some challenges and also opportunities. Good opportunities are that you can build off of the nostalgia and the image that you may have in your own mind. I have this very colorful image of playing Oblivion years and years ago when I played it for the first time, and that's kind of what you're trying to rebuild, because when you go back into the games now, they don't look nearly as good or nearly as big as you remember them. So that gives you a bit of an edge because you kind of in your head know what you're building towards. You also know, because you played the game through and through, what made it great and what made it overwhelming. So that gives you 2 points to focus on. One, the things that made it great, you want to double down on. The things that were underwhelming, you want to find a way to try and improve this without completely changing the formula. A challenge is definitely that people have certain expectations and sometimes can get a bit stuck in what they want or expect from you. Something that was brought up a lot in the past for Skyblivion is that, for instance, our mountain ranges, like the Jarl Mountains, the Colovian Highlands, and the Valus Mountains, are now actual mountain ranges, whereas in Oblivion they were mostly hills with pieces of rock dotted across it, which made it explorable, but the only way to explore them was to spam jump, and there was nothing to really find. But then when people saw mountains in Skyblivion, they were like, okay, but now I can't go anywhere I want. So that's a bit of an area where you can lose something, which in this case is the opportunity to jump everywhere. But what you win is a lot more detailed environments that have actual content for you to explore and find, which I think has a lot more value compared to the original hills, which did not have as much to offer. So that can be a challenge to find a balance between those two. And likewise, we ourselves have had some creative restrictions because sometimes, when you look back at what we've done so far, it would have been great to kind of start from a blank canvas, because some parts of Oblivion didn't age as gracefully, like the size of the Imperial City. I would love to make it massive, and I would love to make the world space maybe twice as big as well. But I think then it wouldn't be Oblivion anymore. Plus, it would also be a lot more work. But yeah. Trying to come up within the next 100 years, so pick your battles.
Yeah, absolutely. So for our final prepared question, I'm going to kind of request that, because some of you have kind of bowed out of previous questions, but this one I want each of you to try to give me a nice, succinct answer. So you're going to have 5 things that you choose. If someone were to give you 5 people to join your team tomorrow, what skills would you want them to have? Again, should probably pick one of you to answer first. Let's go with Nariel.
It's me. Right. So, well, we don't have a team per se, but I can say what kind of teachers I would love to have. Well, to be honest, we kind of need a little bit of everything. Concept art is great. To get another teacher, somebody who is very skilled in concept art is a bit hard to come by. It takes a little while to become a
Mhm.
good concept artist.
Yep.
And yeah, and 3D artists as well. Somebody who really knows the ins and outs of Blender and asset implementation is very important. Um, we're actually good on voice actors. They're very good. But yeah, maybe 5 of those. Several concept artists, several 3D artists, maybe some implementation teachers as well. They're also good to have.
Okay. Bellatrix?
This answer will change depending on which project I'm answering for. So for Beyond Skyrim Roscrea, at the moment, what we mostly need are people who can do implementation. So to take the quests that we have written and get them in game, and also editors to help us finalise the quests that we're currently writing. They're probably the 2 main skills that we could do with a bit more of at the moment. But then, yeah, things like 3D artists are always welcome. It's probably a little bit early for voice acting, but not too far away. And also a little bit of level design so that we can sort of do the final pass landscaping and dungeon polishing.
Okay.
I'm trying to think for Cyrodiil. So for Cyrodiil, we always need 3D modelers, implementers, definitely dungeon designers. We've got a lot of dungeons left to do. Yeah, they're probably the main people that we need. I guess from the perspective of actually working on a team. So one thing that is quite different about working on your own mod project versus a team project is it is kind of it's a collective vision. So people who are sort of happy to compromise and fit in with the overall vision would be really useful as well.
Okay. Rebel.
If I can choose 5 people to join my team, I would gladly take 1 quest implementer. We're doing okay on quests, but it never hurts to have someone with the skills to implement them on the team. I would definitely take at least 1 very good level designer. Similar to Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, we still have a lot of dungeons that need to be made. Houses you can kind of go through in the span of, I don't know, an hour or 2, but a good dungeon takes some elbow grease. So I would be very happy with a level designer. And lastly, I think I would like to get 3 3D implementers, so people who can take the 3D assets and make sure they have the correct collision, are turned into NIFs, and are usable for us in game. That's also a pretty rare skill these days to find. So yeah, if anyone here is listening or watching the stream, please help.
Rob.
Yes, so similarly to the other teams, we would love some more implementers. Specifically for Elsewhere, we need some architecture concept artists to help us to design the extensive temples that are dotted around the Elsewhere landscape. And lastly is creature artists. Elsewhere is making all 16 first stocks, and that is a massive task. And the more people we have that can make creatures, the better. So that would be my wish list.
And the final answer before we move on to community Q&A, Zix.
Oh Lord, honestly, I think everybody hit on everything. I guess the one, maybe one unique sort of person we'd be looking for at Skywind is and like creature animators, I guess. We have a bunch of creatures that are basically sitting in implementation hell right now, waiting for animations because we could slap bear animations on like a Kwama, for example. It really wouldn't look all that great. So yeah, something like that. Anybody who loves NIFs, I love NIFs. Come on down, join any of these teams. Good God, NIFs are awful, and we all have to deal with them. So anybody who understands those are a welcome addition, I would figure.
Awesome.
I think that's almost it. Oh, texture people as well. Texture people are huge. Right now, I have, for example, a tile set waiting in a placeholder state because we don't have textures for it yet. I'm not very good at making textures, but that's another area that we need people in.
Cool. Alrighty, so we're moving on to the community Q&A portion. We got a few questions in here, and figuring we got about 10 minutes or so to go through these, so if you can, try to be succinct. Let's start with, how do you choose what places need priority when it comes to development? I'll open this up free range. Who wants to chime in on this?
I'll go with that. So the way that Elsewhere works is that we focus from walkabout to walkabout. So we have a roughly annual walkabout. We got one tomorrow. And for those people who aren't aware, and so we use that almost as a sprint. So we say, right, this year we're going to show off this. Next year, what are we going to show off? And then we work towards that as a common team-led goal.
Mm-hmm.
For Skyblivion, I guess we have a similar approach. Earlier this year, we started doing interior design a lot. So that made it a priority for us to make sure that all, if not most, of our clutter was finished. Similarly, at the moment, we are starting on remaking all the different cities. Because the overworld map is mostly completed at this point. So that makes the priority for us to make sure we have all the interior and exterior architecture finished. So it really kind of changes from month to month and year to year on the overall status of the project and what bigger areas we want to work on. But at the moment, our biggest priorities are the cities and the architecture of them. Because our interior team and exterior team is now churning through those as quickly as we can. For next year, we'll probably have a lot of bug fixing ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else got about a 1-minute answer they want to throw in on that, or should we move on?
I can give it a go. So I think Cyrodiil works a little bit differently, but some of that might be that we're quite lucky now because we're quite big, so we can have a few teams working in different places. So the way we tend to do it is our landscapers and writers will go into an area first. So say like a town like Leowin. Obviously we need people who've made 3D models. So those teams sort of work on areas first. So we might have a couple of different people working on a couple of different towns. And then what happens after that is interiors will follow along. So after writing and the level design, the sort of exterior level design's finished, we'll come along and make the interiors. And then once we've finished, implementation will follow us and sort of bring it all to life. And so what we find is different bits of the team are working on very different regions. So someone might be landscaping, say Leowin, or I'll probably get in trouble if I say the Imperial City. And then actually the interiors team have spent all of this year finishing off Skingrad. So we're working on very different areas at once. But before we released Bruma, we were a lot smaller, so we had to focus much more on one area, and it's the whole team working on one area at once.
Right. Now, since you were just talking about Beyond Skyrim, I have a question here for the Beyond Skyrim teams. How interconnected are the various provinces you guys are working on? Will they each have their own story, or will there be an overarching story across Tamriel? That's actually kind of more than one question, but we'll see if we can sprint through it.
It's two. So yes, each province will have its own overarching story, but there will not be a Beyond Skyrim overarching story for a number of reasons. One, that would assume that everybody downloads every single mod and plays them. And two, from what I understand from a technical perspective, it's extraordinarily difficult. If it's possible at all.
Right. All right. I will presume that was the only answer for that question. And we will jump to, let's see. How do you choose what places need priority when it comes to development? This question is from Uber. Bellatrix, would you like to?
I could start off with that one.
Okay, yes, actually, Zix, go ahead.
I think it ties in with the other question about priority a little bit, but I guess I didn't get a chance to answer that one. But more so towards this, I think it depends on sort of what you have at the time available to you. I know a lot of development stems from sort of what the bottleneck is at the time. So like if a 3D artist gets like let's say like Velothi styled interiors finished, like that whole tile set, suddenly that opens up a bottleneck for level designers. So the priority sort of shifts depending on what work is being done, I suppose. Yeah, it's kind of hard to judge most times. Sort of when things are finished, you gotta kind of go along like a conveyor belt. Like 3D's done, so go on to level design. Level design's done. Okay, so slap the NPCs in. Let's throw in some voices if the projects have voices associated with them, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So it looks like we're really kind of nudging up against our 10-minute limit. So I'm going to go with one last question. This is from Emily Friedrich, and any of you can answer this if you wish. If you could give one piece of advice to a new modding team, what would it be? Looking back, is there anything you wish you had known when you first started out?
I wouldn't mind starting off with that one. Hey, Emily, Rebel Size from Skyblivion. I think my biggest advice I would give to myself looking back is don't underestimate the scope of your project. And in a similar vein, create a scope. Try to come up with a start and an end. Because if you're like Skyblivion, you have something to start off of. You have Oblivion. You have the original game, the original map, original locations. And that is more or less your template. If you're doing something from scratch, yeah, that's going to be your first challenge, is mapping that out, seeing how big you want that to be, and more importantly, how big you can make it. Because if you don't give yourself limits, you're going to be running around for a long time, making a lot of mistakes. I know that's what we did at Skyblivion at the start. We made some mistakes. A lot of them good, because in the end it led us to where we are now. But it can also mean, a lot of wasted time. So make sure you have a start and an end, and try to really figure out what you want those to be before you really get into working on your project. Would be my advice.
I'd like to have a go at this one as well. So, because I actually started a modding project, which I'm not going to name, last year, and I would suggest that when you start, it's a lot like building a house. You have to make sure that you have a rock solid foundation, and I would also say that you have to make sure that your foundation is in place before you announce your project. Because as soon as you announce that you're doing something, people start to get excited. So you have to make sure that you've got everything in place. So you've got all your lore in place. You've got, as Rebel said, you've got the scope in place. Another thing that is extraordinarily important is that the people that you bring into the team, especially in the beginning, all have to be singing off the same hymn sheet. They all have to have the same vision of what you're doing in their minds. That's extremely important, because otherwise it starts to splinter right from the very beginning. So that would be my advice.
Mm-hmm. Next.
Ooh, me next.
Yes, Zix.
I've got one for this actually. It's short and sweet, but if you're starting like a new team, like if you're alone, it's a little easier. But if you're starting a new team, organize. Oh my God, please organize. Because if you're not organized, you're gonna end up, you're going to do something, and then it doesn't go said that you did something until like months later, and then you go back and you're like, oh, somebody did this thing already. And it sort of gets really, really hectic if you don't organize. So have stuff down in writing, have stuff like on some application, if you're able to have something on like an application for you to sort of organize. Just please organize, put your papers like in order and everything. Oh Lord, it helps so much, so much.
Very cool. Bellatrix, Nariel, anything from you? By that I mean yes, you too, go next.
I have 2 pieces of advice. One of them's quite flippant, which would be don't announce release dates until you're really sure.
Yes.
We learned that one the hard way. And I guess the second one is it's going to be a lot more work than you think it is, but don't let that put you off. So come up with the ultimate vision of what you want. So sort of the end goal is release a mod, decide what you want it to be, have a design document. Be really careful of mission creep, because the joy of working in a modding project is it could be absolutely anything. But the downside is it could be absolutely anything. So you could spend years and years and years just adding extra stuff because you can, but is that ultimately what you want? So have a really clear vision of what you as a team want, and then break that down into subtasks. So the end goal is release the mod, and have some medium-term goals. So say like get one town in development or one town finished, and then really short-term goals. It's like, so if we need to make this town, what do we need? We need a 3D model. We need someone to write the quests for it. We need someone to make the interiors for it. Break it up into tasks, because otherwise you'll just get overwhelmed with the amount of work that's involved.
Yeah, I completely agree. Everybody else has mentioned pretty much everything I would have mentioned, but yeah, create a design document. This is your Bible. Write everything down in it and follow it.
All right. Very, very cool. Well, that pretty much brings us to the end of this particular panel. Panelists, thank you very much for joining me. It has been incredibly informative and a great deal of fun. Not nearly so horrifically strenuous as you guys thought it was going to be when we were sitting in the green room, and you guys did very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've been great, Trendane.
Thank you, Trendane.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Fantastic.
Coming up next, after a short intermission, we will have our next next panel, which is the 12 Worlds, which is going to be emceed by Captain Stu. And you'll be talking to the 12 Worlds panel, where they will chat with several of the level designers about using the creation kit to build the world. But first, we have a lovely intermission so that either people can go and get refreshments or can sit around and play this wonderful game that we have ready for you guys. And I will talk to you guys later on after that panel on the voice actors panel. So until then, take care and have fun.
Are you interested in learning to mod? Do you wish there was a place that could teach you skills like creation kit implementation, game writing, 3D, or sound design? The Arcane University is open for your creative journey. We're a public Discord server open for anyone to learn. Our teachers come from our partner projects and will train you to reach a level of competency to join one of our teams. The road will not always be easy, but we have a complete progression system for every department to help you master your craft with special assignments, and even a test claim board where you can take a shot at real project claims free of pressure. We also have live lecture events just about every month, which are then uploaded to our YouTube channel. So, what are you waiting for? Take the next step in your creative journey and join our community today.
What in oblivion is that?
I have failed. Despite everything I sacrificed during the war, it was the compromise I made to end it that would be my undoing. My people believed that we could win. They wanted to go on. But my own faith was weak, and I made a grave error. Now, Cyrodiil is in a crisis that it has not seen for an age. Since 200 years ago, when the land was on fire. But even then, we fought together as one. We faced threats from both our world and Oblivion, but we fought them together, and we won. Although it came at a great cost. The dynasty that had guided us for millennia was ended. And now we are divided. That is where I have failed. In the end, I could not unite us. We have new masters of our country now. The villains I let in through our gates. I was blind to the consequences. I thought my people were as tired as I am. But they never laid down their arms. They will fight them to the end, while others choose profit over people. Some have set their eyes on the throne. They seek to supplant me even as I still live and breathe. And it is beyond me to stop them. In fact, I mean not to. Cyrodiil needs a strong leader for what comes next, even though I can feel it in my heart that it is already too late. While they bicker and fight over this accursed marble chair, our ancient enemy has returned to reclaim the lands that we took from them thousands of years ago. And this time, the people will have to protect themselves. They must find something, anything, to hold on to, and then give their lives in service to it. The Empire depends on it. The glory of Cyrodiil depends on it. Still, in these final hours, I cling to hope. Not for me, but for Cyrodiil. Hope that there will be another hero. That we will drive the Thalmor from our lands. That we will finally reforge this seat of sundered kings. Alduin.
Hello, good day, and wondrous morrow to you all. Welcome back to Creation ModCon. I'm the one they call Captain Stu. You may recognize me as Captain Olmsted of the Dawn's Venture from Beyond Skyrim's Wares of Tamriel. And I will be helping you along on your little adventure over the next 2 days, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Still to come on day one, we have our Throats of the World panel, where I will be joined by some of our mightiest voice acting talent from across the mod projects. We then joined the Bellas Chosen in our colourful art panel, which zigs splendidly into our fan art contest. So I hope you brought your painted troll fat. And don't forget to grab your jackboots too, as we round the day off with our Skyblivion Walkabout. And if you're just joining us, please don't be afraid to go back and check out the opening Rulers of Tamriel panel with our imperious project leads mooting about all things Skyrim. We will be here waiting for you to catch up. Don't you worry. Now, to the matter at hand, and for that matter, gravity too, for these talented few deal with both. Welcome to our 12 Worlds panel, and don't forget to send us questions in the chat for our Q&A at the end of the panel. Let's meet our level designers. Dee, let's start with you. Tell us about yourself and where you work.
Oh my god, that was such a good intro. I love that.
Oh, well, you know, thank you. I do my best.
I'm Dee. I'm the lead level designer on Skyblivion. I'm the co-lead of the interior department, but I'm the main lead of the exterior world design. So yeah, in Skyblivion.
Perfect. How about Uber? Tell us about yourself.
Hello, I am Uberman123. I am the one of the co-leads on Beyond Skyrim Iliac Bay. I also do a lot of level design, and I used to operate the level design department as well for it.
Cool beans. Roast, tell us about yourself.
I'm the interiors and dungeons director for Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil.
Perfect.
So,
UCM.
yeah.
Oh, sorry to jump on you there.
Hello. I am UCM, level designer for Skywind. I've been on the project for a little over a year. I joined when the lockdowns happened because I needed some way to experience the outside world, and I chose a project that I've been following for many years before that, but finally had time to work on.
And Zix, introduce yourself again.
Yo, I'm Zix again. I'm back. But if you don't like me, sorry. Yeah, I'm a level designer on Skywind as well, and I'm in a special position of also doing the 3D mainly for the level designers, so like tile set work and stuff. So I offer a different mindset, I suppose.
Cool. And Zix, whilst we've got you, might as well start with you today. What was your biggest influence when it came to getting started in level designing?
Oh God, my biggest influence was I was one of those kids, who had like Legos growing up and all that stuff. So, putting pieces together and building things, creating was very much like a portion of my life that I had grown up with through like age, 4 until I guess now. And just making something completely new and having, at least with this project, the experience of delivering that to a bunch of people that are going to see it and experience it for themselves is something huge, and that's mainly my inspiration for it. And I just love seeing creative new stuff. It's so awesome to see.
And how about you, Roast? What was your biggest influence in getting started?
I've also, same with him, I've also been at Lego and stuff, but also my main influence to get into the creation kit was because I didn't want to buy something from the Creation Club because there was some dungeon which I thought looked quite cool, and I just didn't want to buy it, so I decided I'd make my own. But I actually ended up buying it.
Well, you tried.
It was quite a good one. It was quite a good one, though.
Oh, good. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. And two very level-headed responses as you'd expect from level designers. Suppose staying with you, Roast, what has been your favourite dungeon or exterior area to work on?
Probably like caves because of how flexible the set is. But also I made a town called Ione, which is also one of my really happy with that one as well because just really like the environment it's in. It's really nice placing all the. Yeah, it's this really Westworld is really nice area.
Yeah. How about you? Same question to you, CM.
I'm kind of the opposite. Caves, because you can do so much with it, it's almost paralyzing the amount of choice. I've preferred working in more obviously architected tile sets, tombs, interiors, things like that, that someone clearly built. And then I like to twist that in ways that the original designer did not intend and cause headaches for the nav mesh department.
Oh god.
Love you guys.
Toadstool Hollow.
Oh dear. D, how about you?
Mine's kind of a tough question. Well, it's a tough answer because it's not a specific area. It's more of like a specific aspect of the level design, which is the recreating the Imperial forts around Cyrodiil. Because I can't choose which one I love more because they're like all my kids. So it's because we have such like a versatile fort kit. I think it's something like over 2,000 pieces that we get to play with, and you can make any sort of shape you want for the fort. And remaking them, I got to go down this like rabbit hole of just looking up all these sort of old English castles and then looking at sort of Roman castles and trying to find that nice in between to get that imperial look that we know from the Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
And just getting to do that, it's like a lot of them said it is like Legos, only it's for me it was like digital Legos, just getting to build this thing, and you just get to do so much with it, and it's so fun. Yeah, I think the fort's definitely for me.
Well, I'm actually going to throw you a bit of a curveball here because something just struck me that with a lot of creatively minded people, their favorite piece of work is generally the last one that they did. Do any of you guys feel like that? Like you're only as good as your last kind of piece you did, or do you find that because there's so much width in what you're doing, it's kind of peaks and troughs?
I think for me, that's kind of, I feel like that's kind of something a lot of level designers have to fight is, yeah, naturally, like spent years on this project, you're going to get better at it. You're going to get better at like more intuitive level design, learning how to direct the player without even thinking. And one of the things like a level designer kind of has to fight is you have to fight going back to your old work and completely redoing it. And you kind of have to just respect your old work and not, constantly redo everything. Otherwise, by the time you're done redoing that work, you're going to look at the work you abandoned previously to redo, and you're going to try and redo that.
Yeah.
I feel about the same way. I felt like, man, Arya Tomb is my best work yet. Man, I sure do love Rita's Tomb. That was great. Hey, Andalin Tomb's going great. Corpusarium, best work I've ever done. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's healthy.
I kind of feel the opposite way about that. I have some dungeons that I've done where I'm just like, this is the best thing that I've ever done, and I just keep them as my favorite child in my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a level designer, you've got to be constantly improving yourself.
I keep wanting to redo some of my older caves that I made last year, but I even planned to redo some, but I guess I shouldn't be doing that.
Well, that's funny as well, because that's a luxury a lot of people in the creative industry don't actually have, is being able to go back and fix it kind of a little bit. So that's quite interesting. I'll move on to the next one. I'll stay with you, D, actually. Actually, this one goes out to all the Skywindies and the Skyblivies, if you don't mind. So how have previous incarnations of the areas that you've been working on affected your design for the better or for the worse? Do you feel like you've improved on areas, or perhaps it's been a struggle to recreate certain areas? Starting with you, D.
Definitely, I feel like the entire landscaping department and the interior department on Skyblivion have done that. Like for the landscape, Oblivion, I think a lot of its landscape was originally auto-generated, so like the artists at Bethesda they didn't have the time to spend on like the wildernesses, unfortunately. So I think an area where that's like very clear was Blackwood, which was the area I was assigned to originally, and it was in the original Oblivion very hilly, not very flat swamplands. So it was, and so I basically got like full creative freedom to kind of do what I want and to just completely turn it into something that, you know, would suit bordering on Black Marsh. So I did. And I was working on that for 4 years before I finally had to like just finish it and, you know, say goodbye to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I definitely think that's one area that's been greatly improved character-wise, because I think for Cyrodiil, I think this would it's important for Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil as well, which is Cyrodiil kind of has this you know, it's touching every other province around it. It's touching Skyrim, Black Marsh, Morrowind, High Rock, so it has all these distinct sort of regions and climates that it has a little piece of. So it's very important to kind of make those all look very distinct. Yeah.
Yeah. UCM, how about you? What are your thoughts?
I mostly work in interiors, so I've got sort of two answers. One, to sort of tie into the previous question, the first dungeon that I ever did was an ancestral tomb that had like 2 rooms, I think, in the original game. And originally I just recreated it basically as it was with our updated tile set. That didn't work out because before the game even loaded, all the vampires, all 5 of them, had killed the player before the black screen vanished. So that was one that I actually got to go back to my very earliest contribution to the project and just completely redo from the ground up. So that so definitely expansion has been necessary, not just to work with modern preferences, but also just technical limitations of the Skyrim engine that if it's too small, you will die before you can even load.
Yeah.
Another thing that I did, though, my most recent work, Rita's Ancestral Tomb, it's part of a Redoran quest line where you have to go in and get some artifacts from an old family. And in the original game, for some reason, a section of it was flooded with no indication of why it was there. It could have been a pool, could have been natural, just water seeping into the tomb. But either way, it did not seem like it was meant to be there. But because of the limitations of Morrowind, it was just there. So we got to sort of reinterpret the entire tomb as being, it's near the coastline, near water. So we got to interpret that as extensive flooding, complete with a wonderful little surprise at the end when you actually managed to collect the axe that you were sent there for. Very, very Indiana Jones vibes, which I very much enjoyed working with. And thanks to Thermo, our coding lead, for making that work.
Well, apparently Bethesda have the Indiana Jones vibes now as well, so that's funny. Uberman, same question to you.
Yeah, so I wanted to answer this question because the previous 2 people answering are working on areas that are based on what I would call relatively new games, Oblivion and Morrowind, whereas the areas that I primarily work on came from Daggerfall, which came out in 1996. That's 25 years ago. And a lot has changed in level design, what is considered good and acceptable level design for a video game since then. I don't know if any of the people in the audience have played Daggerfall, but it is rough. Some of the interior design, they are extremely maze-like. If people want to get onto me for Toadstool Hollow, go play Daggerfall, okay? So what we had to do is we have to find creative ways to keep the theme and essence and soul of a dungeon, things like Privateer's Hold, without actually doing exactly what they did in the dungeon design. So you've got to have ways of making things be maze-like while also keeping it playable. This can also apply to the exterior design. There are locations in Daggerfall's exterior that look nice. They've got a theme to them, but the limitations of the actual game itself, the engine, what could be drawn with computers at the time, have held it back considerably. So everything is kind of flat, kind of low resolution. So we've got to go through, pick out exactly what is the soul of this area rather than try to recreate it as it is.
Yeah, that's that's 3 quite contravening points. I'll move on to the kind of next question. Back to you, Dee. What is your favorite tool, function, or workflow used in Creation Kit, and how does it help you to get into the more specifics about how you guys work?
Oh, easy question. And that's definitely the Opals, which is the object palette editor. So it used to be whenever I started landscaping, I would have to place down every tree and rock, and then rotate them and scale them individually just to add a little variation. And then when I discovered the object palette editor, it basically lets you just put a bunch of objects, on a palette and customize it how you want, so you can, if you're working on a specific biome, you can put that specific biome's trees, rocks, and plants and flora all in there just to have a personalized object window for it, as well as you get to randomize the rotation and the scale of these objects. So it basically means a landscaper could grab a bunch of trees and then make a forest within 5 minutes. That's how quick it lets you create something. And it's if you had a line graph of my work rate after I discovered opals, it would kind of look like a roller coaster that would never come down. So it's been amazing for my work rate.
Same question to you, Uberman.
Well, actually, I am going to copy that exact same answer and say opals again. I feel like this is going to be a very common thing among level designers. It's such a basic seeming idea when you think about it, but it changed level design so much for Skyrim. I cannot go back to previous games' level design. I tried, and it's impossible because opals make everything easier. Every single step of the level design process. Exteriors, you just put on a music track, you go ahead and you dot down trees and plants, whatever order you want. Interiors, you make a clutter opal, and then you can just place down clutter in however you want. I've got separate opals for different themes, things like what kind of enemies are in this dungeon. I've got a necromancer opal. I've got an opal for placing down stalactites on the ceiling. Everything is so much faster, and I love it.
Awesome. And Zix, what are your thoughts?
Oh boy, well, at this point, I think I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, but opals are pretty great, I will say. One thing I will mention is opals can sometimes take a long time to make, unless I'm doing it wrong. If I remember correctly, it takes kind of a while to drag all the assets that you want into the opal window and sort of setting the settings where it's plus or minus 20% of the scale and whatnot. So one additional thing that I would add to it is it was pretty neat when I figured out you could have two separate object windows open. So you can sort of, if everybody knows what the creation kit looks like, or if you're looking at it on screen right now, you have an object window on the left-hand side of the screen where it lists all your assets that you can drag into the render window and, move around and whatever. If you're working with two different tile sets, for example, you can have open the cave tile set in one object window. And then you can also have I don't know, a Dwemer ruin or something, a tile set open in another window. And then you can have both of those be able to drag things in, as opposed to making an entirely full opal where you have all those things together.
I actually didn't know that.
I have two object windows and an opal, so I'm pretty greedy.
Does anyone else in the panel have any recommendations that aren't opal? Are we all agreed that opal is the best thing?
I like using control scroll wheel to cycle through different items, different objects in the creation kit. I haven't really used opals before, so I should get to that.
There you go, eh? So keeping on the same kind of theme, what tools, kind of functions or systems do you wish existed in Creation Kit that maybe exist in other kind of engines that could help you? I'll start with Uberman for that. What are your thoughts?
Well, the Creation Kit is a massive improvement over previous games' construction sets in a lot of ways, but there's only one system that I wish had some improvement, and that is the landscape editor, the thing that you use to actually change the shape of the land mesh that goes below all of the objects, the thing that you walk on in exteriors, because it's very basic. If you ever see something like a ramp shape in the game, you need to know that that was probably made by hand. That is somebody grabbing each individual vertex of the land mesh and pulling it up so that it makes a rough ramp shape. Whereas other games as development engines, modding systems tend to have some way of making ramp shapes. The only tools that we have are individually pick and move vertices for the landscape up and down. You can flatten things and you can smooth things. That's it. Those three functions. That's all that we managed to do all of these massive landscapes with, is those three functions. aside from the colossal amount of work that was done by various people for building the original height map that we're basing this on.
Nice. Same question. Let's go for Roast.
I wish there was like a function that would allow me to also same actually like quite annoying with the landscape editor trying to do like ramps and things. I agree with that. Yeah. I have tried to make some things like that and it is quite annoying. I agree. Uber.
Well, we have an agreement there. UCM, how about you?
An interior level designer, I would kill for the ability to have layers like the Fallout 4 creation kit has. One thing that's very annoying when you're working on dungeons is we'll have trigger boxes that are invisible to the player, fog bodies, those big dust clouds that are just rolling around through rooms. If you want to ever like fix a plate or something on a table, you have to click and either move or temporarily disable all of those objects, those invisible objects that are hovering above it. Fallout 4 allows you to set a bunch of those in a layer, and then just disable them all at once. I would kill for that because it is the most mind-numbing part of working on anything when you're almost done and then you notice that one flower pot is hovering 2 inches off the table.
Oh no. All right, the same question for you, Zix.
Okay. I think I have sort of a unique take on this question. I had mentioned previously that I'm sort of more so in the 3D world now. Like I'm creating the tile sets, for example, that level designers would use. So a tool that I would want, it would save a heck of a lot of work for me, is one that is actually probably completely alien to anybody using Creation Kit, but somebody who might use maybe Unity. I know for a fact it's in Unreal Engine as just a default tool. And I think it's because the Creation Kit uses the NIF format. If we didn't use the NIF format, we would have the ability to just drag in, let's say, for example, FBX files. And that's so much easier than dragging in a NIF file and setting it up and setting up the shading and blah, blah, blah. When you drag in that FBX file in other engines, for example, you would also be able to change the scale of it, not in a uniform way. So you could change the scale of a tile set piece that's, let's say, 1:1. You could alter the scale just on the x-axis to make it a 1:2 or make it a 1:4, and the UV map would also stretch along with it, so it looks nice. This would save a heck of a lot of work for tile set artists. We wouldn't have to make like a 1:1, a 1:2, a 1:3, a 1:4, etc., etc. You would just be able to give your landscaper basically a Lego block, and they could stretch and contort the Lego block to what they wanted. You could make like angled ramps with just a flat square. You could do so much. You could basically make a pillar out of like, a single block. That sort of stuff is sort of alien to like Creation Kit just because it doesn't have the capability to do that. But something like that would save tons of work for 3D artists, and I'm sure the level designers would appreciate that too. I can probably count on 20 different hands how many times I've had to stretch one thing, but I had to go to 3D instead because I couldn't do that in the engine.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to take us on to the old Q&A now. We've had loads of questions, and I'm actually going to stay with you, Zix, because I've got a question that kind of ties on to that theme. So the question would be, can the work on Beyond Skyrim, Skywind, or Skyblivion be used to get a job in the industry? So what kind of skills do you think you've learned that you could maybe use as a means of getting into the industry further?
Anyone mind if I take this one on? Because I think I have some experience in that.
Oh yeah, please do.
All right, so what I want to mention is, first of all, I have Beyond Skyrim on my resume, and I think that it is actually fantastic because, first of all, mostly applicable for tech-related jobs, is that it's very valuable to have a personal project of some sort on it, because it shows to the recruiter, even if your personal project isn't strictly something related to the role that you're getting into, it can show things like personal drive, that you like to develop skills that you're on your own as well. And it also shows things like soft skills, things like, were you in a management or a leadership position on the project? And I am on Beyond Skyrim. So it helps with lots of different ways, even if the job that you're looking for isn't strictly, opening the creation kit and doing level design. You don't have to be getting a job at Bethesda for this to be relevant.
Cool. Has anyone else got anything to add to that?
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, learning how to design levels is something that, isn't restrictive to a particular game engine. That's something, you can take with you in whatever game engine you're working in. It's just, you're learning how to direct the player in certain directions, how to present certain sites to a player. Those are things that are universal in games that you need to learn, stuff like that. And yeah, I'd say, I think another big one is learning how to work creatively with a team, because that's a pretty tough one. Creative people tend to like to, have full control over this creative thing that they want to make. Learning to work with other creative people is very important in the industry. It means I think especially for projects like this, you have to learn. Yeah, you have to get good at arguing in a very optimized way. You got to learn to argue over creative differences within, 2 minutes, and there's got to be a solution by the end of it. And you got to be able to still, like each other and work with each other afterwards. You get good at arguing and still respecting each other. I think that's something that really helps out in the industry as well.
Yeah, 2 very good points. Anyone else want to add anything to that? No? All right. Well, I'll keep your questions coming in for the Q&A. We are getting some absolute banging questions. This one is a favorite of mine. I think this question says more about the person we're asking it to than your actual skills as a level designer. But to all of you, how hard is it not to add an Easter egg into every dungeon you create?
That's a question for someone who hasn't added an Easter egg to every dungeon.
Well, I usually actually kind of restrain myself. The more fun side of it, I think, is trying to do storytelling by showing, which is one of the big things that level designers have to do, often independent of writing. So it's not so much an Easter egg as just find some cool little story that you can tell only by the objects that you've placed down.
Go. Roast?
I don't do too many Easter eggs. I only really do them when I can think of them, but I've had to keep restricting myself from putting some copy pasta in some note in some of my dungeons.
I do like a bit of copy pasta. It's always fun.
I think it's also important. At least for me, I like to. It's good to let an Easter egg. It's good to let an Easter egg pop into your head as you're working on something relevant. One Easter egg I was doing was I was doing Blackwood Swamp, and this scene from Neverending Story, where the horse drowns in the swamp. That popped into my head, and I was like, oh, all right, I gotta add that in. So there's a dead horse dead in a bog somewhere in Blackwood. I think as long as you find, as long as it suits, the Easter egg suits the place you've put it in, I don't think that's too bad. And maybe it's not too obvious, then I think it's fine. You got to be careful with Easter eggs. I had to fight the urge to put an axe swing in one of the bogs as well. Although that would have put a bit of pressure on the 3D department.
I was just going to add on to in the way that you have to be careful with it. Imagine, every level designer's doing their own thing. If they all have the same idea of putting a Dark Souls bonfire in a dungeon, for example, you're going to end up with Dark Souls bonfires all over the game. Every which way you turn, you're going to see a Dark Souls bonfire.
People are going to be thinking, wait, is this a mechanic now?
Yeah, exactly.
We've got one in it.
There you go.
I think one week in lot is the sword in the stone. It's so cliche.
One that we also see a lot is just skeletons posed in a funny way, similar to how Fallout 4 ended up having those.
I've heard the level designers had so much fun with that.
I believe that. From what I hear, they had created a whole new body placing system that is absent in Skyrim, just almost for those Easter eggs.
From what I understand, that would actually be quite a handy tool to have in Skyrim. I've heard some horror stories from you guys already about trying to move bodies and such.
Oh yeah.
I lift them up, turn Havoc on, let it drop, decide if I'm happy with it, raise it 6 feet back up in the air, rinse and repeat until it finally flops over in a way that I like.
Oh, I might be able to contribute.
Oh, yes?
If you hold down Alt, you can select a limb and move that around in Havoc.
My problem is that the skeletons don't really move like they used to in Oblivion, where the limbs would move independently. Now it's sort of like the whole skeleton is jelly and it just sticks together. I might be doing something wrong.
No, I do know what you're talking about. It used to be it would just fall apart. I remember I did one thing where I scattered a skeleton all over the room, and then Script resurrected it, which just made it all come flying together, which was pretty fun when I was playing around scripting at 16.
Well, that's the thing about skeletons, they're not what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move on to the next question. What methods do you guys utilize to make the world feel real versus something that feels constructed? That's another community question, so keep them coming in.
I think it's you're kind of looking for a balance of something that looks kind of real and constructed, because it needs to be constructed for, the player. I feel like, because sometimes if you're in like a very mountainous region, there's very few places you can walk. There's like one path, and that's not really suitable for an RPG game. The player kind of always needs to be able to go off the path and go whatever direction they want. But it does need to be constructed in a way where you're kind of always trying to get their attention in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a fort's design looking interesting to grab them over there, or an enemy in the other direction. So I think it's trying to make the constructed look realistic at the same time. As for kind of making it look realistic, reference images always help. Trying to decide sort of which part of the world you can kind of base your region off of kind of helps.
I can sort of second that for interiors. There's a lot of it is a balancing act between what is realistic, like a cave in or enough cobwebs to choke out a hallway, but there's also has to be some lighting for the player. There has to be a way through down to get wherever you're needing to go. You can't add a secret door that opens up with a lever to get out of every dungeon in Skyrim. It doesn't feel real, and the player notices that. But you also have to sort of trick them into suspension of disbelief, to accepting certain things, like, oh, there is a conveniently shaped hole in the floor here that I can jump through that takes me to the boss or what have you.
A lot of that kind of making that feel real is about the detail that you put around it. So for a hole punched in the floor, make sure that it's not just a square hole with clean edges. You've got to make sure that there are little broken bits of wood sticking out around it. You need to be able to look at the level and think of, how did this happen? What was the situation that led to this specific thing looking like this?
Yeah, detail tends to be a very good way of directing the player's attention, because it's natural. If there's a sort of blank area, not as interesting, not going to capture the player's attention. Highly detailed, it's just like a natural sort of. That's like one of the ways level designers learn how to kind of direct the player without the player noticing.
The sort of hard mode version of doing that comes into play when you're doing exteriors. So if you start doing something like putting down a creek, you've got to put thought into the geology of how did this creek end up going this way. I've got a lot of places in Hammerfell that are being redone probably right now, that where a river is flowing the wrong direction, it's going uphill. If you think about the overall shape of the province, stuff like that.
UCM, did you have a point there you wanted to throw in?
Just real quick, one very challenging thing with someone said something about open spaces is tile sets that obviously repeat, walls or floors, adding enough texture, enough other items to sort of cover that and hide that up, like rugs or ivy growing over the walls, things like that, to just sort of disguise the reality of the situation, which is that tiles do repeat and very much take players out of it when they notice that.
Yeah. I'll move to the next question. I think Rose Gorilla kind of touched on this one a little bit with his copy pasta a wee bit, but what's your favorite asset in your game? Something that you just have to sneak into everything.
I'm probably that sometimes, but I generally delete it before I submit my plugin. I also generally, when I make a new asset, I always like to try and place it somewhere because I'm just wanting to use it. Like some brazier I made, and now I try and put it in a whole lot of dungeons I make, even if it's not the right type of dungeon to have it. So I generally just have to remove it as well.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of a fun thing, because if you ask any level designer, I guarantee you they have a favorite rock. Every single one, without fail.
Yes.
Rock 04.
Someone's already guessed mine in the YouTube chat, which is boulder number 5.
I like Boulder L02.
Oh yeah, that one's good. My favorite, the thing that I like number 4 for is because it's just shaped like a big brick. You can use it to fill in gaps. Is it number 2 is the one that's shaped like an angle? Because that one's great for adding detail to things that don't have enough.
I like Boulder. I actually like Boulder 5 as well, yeah. L5.
Yeah, 5 is another good big brick.
Oh no, this is a Skyblivion exclusive boulder 5.
My least favorite boulder is the big flat one. That big.
Oh, number 3. Yeah. It'd be good if it didn't have that little bump on top, and you could actually make flat areas with it.
Because when you
all right, to more seriously answer the question though,
it clips. Like if you merge it into a wall, that big lump on top, it just sort of looks unnatural. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you use too many of them. I like to use that gigantic rock arch that's under Solitude. I probably shouldn't, but it's so fun to build big rock arches with it. You've got to keep in mind exactly what is supposed to be a set piece that's only used once in the game, and try not to overuse it. We've got a few pieces like that. There's one piece in one of the Iliac Bay tile sets that we've been told repeatedly, stop using that so much. It's supposed to be unique for this dungeon, and every level designer's like, well, but it looks so cool. Why not?
I love the fact that you all have a favorite rock. That's fantastic.
Adorable and sad at the same time. It's sad that when we know what rocks we're talking about as well.
Yeah, it's great. I'm going to take one more community question before we take our kind of last pre-written question before we wrap up. But this one's been pumped up to the top of the list a bit. What mods / games, if any, would you say influenced your work? Not in Easter eggs or references, but in how levels are built, quests are written, or lore expanded? It's a really good question. Anyone want a stab at that?
Yeah, I can go ahead with that one. So, not in terms of like the theme or just copying how a thing looks, but in the design, I would definitely say the Deus Ex series. The first game, and especially Deus Ex Human Revolution, because the levels in that game give you a lot of leeway in determining how you want to approach a goal. And I think that that's something that Skyrim's vanilla dungeons are kind of lacking in, is just having the ability to pick different ways to approach the end of the dungeon. They're rather linear, and I try to design my dungeons so that you have lots of choices. And I looked at things like Human Revolution, where there's a vent you can go in through the main entrance, you can climb in through a window, you can break through the ceiling. Just having several different ways to approach something. You've got to keep this in check, of course. You can't design something like Toadstool Hollow where there's 20 different paths you can take and they all lead into a circle.
I was going to say something similar, only like my sort of inspiration was it's Arcane. You know, they made Dishonored and Prey, and they kind of take a similar approach, which is you're able to take many different routes to get to a certain place. And I think a good opportunity for Elder Scrolls is, you know, kind of finding or making a route that kind of suits each playstyle. I suppose you can't do it every time, but like a route for the sneak archers are right. The right for the warriors is the easiest. He's just gonna, go the primary way and kill everyone. But trying to find a way, to cater to the other play types for your dungeon, I think is good. And like Arcane games in particular, I've been really good at that.
Dishonored is a. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say my answer is a little different, less gameplay, more aesthetic. Since I do a lot of ruins, a lot of tombs, things like that, with a lot of sort of overgrowth, I have played through Portal 2 numerous times, and the first like third of that game where the aperture science is overgrown and destroyed and in ruins is something I'll sort of point to or look back on as reference material more than anything very often.
I actually want to change my mention to Dishonored too as well, because Dishonored is a special case, not only because it's a stealth game that allows the player lots of options, but it's also that Dishonored has a lot of different ways to play the game. So you can play the game by teleporting around, you can play the game by staying on the floor, or you can play full carnage mode, and the level design is what enables this to happen. So you've got to keep in mind your level design is also needing to match up with how the player wants to play.
Yeah, perfect examples. I think we're gonna. I think it's been a hard panel. We know we've answered some hard questions. I think we've earned the kind of the time a little bit to kick back, enjoy ourselves, and maybe poop on the Havoc and the creation kit a little bit. So if you guys got any favorite kind of creation kit quirks, some Havoc mishaps you want to share with us, or things that has perpetually happened to you over and over again, that if you didn't laugh, you'd cry.
I like when you have a wooden cart and you just walk into it, and sometimes you just die because I don't know. It's just like you just have the wooden carts that havoc. Like you just walk into one of those, and when it's placed up against a wall.
For me, the lighting system, you can have only a certain number of lights, and Morrowind has much more colorful lights than most other games. So I accidentally created a rave when I had multiple colors of lights and too many in a room, and they started flickering on and off all together in just random assortments.
I hate
the lighting system becomes a real pain, especially when you have to factor in that the player can also carry around a torch with them, and they can be slinging fireballs, all of which generate their own light. And if you have more than X number of lights on a single static object, it'll just go black. It'll flicker.
Also, if the player has the light spell, they can do light spell, torch,
Even
fire.
worse, isn't there a ring too?
Probably.
So basically, the player by themselves, without any level design lights, can just go ahead and break the way it looks, and it's also our fault somehow.
So please don't do that, everyone. Please.
I'm not sure if we've chosen to just get rid of that spell in Skyblivion because they weren't in Oblivion, so we might just cheat a little and go, yeah, well, screw it, we're going to take it out of Skyblivion. Makes it easier for the level designers.
I think that was one of my biggest contributions to Bruma was when we were doing the QA testing. I went around everything with a torch and as much lighting as I could and tried to break every location possible. In addition to my playtesting of killing every NPC to see what happens.
What's really weird is when you're going through a cave with a torch, like checking for lighting issues, and you're thinking, all right, everything's great. And then way off in the distance, you notice one little rock flickering, like what feels like a mile away from you.
At that point, I just call that a future me problem, and I submit the plugin. We'll find that in QA.
Speaking of things breaking, I think the thing that I've had happen most is I'll spend, I'll be working on a little house or a cave or whatever, and it'll have this really nice setup where, the NPC comes here and they eat every so often, and you set up, a nice little dinner set where it's got a plate, a fork, a spoon, and then you put something on the plate, and then suddenly the whole room explodes, and it's never pretty, and I can't tell you how many times that happened. It's so bad.
I mean, it sounds like you guys have to put up with a lot of spontaneous combustion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one managed to make its way into our first dev diary. I think it's at 6 minutes, 50 seconds or something. You can see just a wine bottle just shoots across the room at Mach 3. So it does. And we're like, that's perfect. That it has to make it into the dev diary because You know, what's more Oblivion than that? Or Skyrim?
On a larger scale, Havoc is actually responsible for a lot of issues with Beyond Skyrim development, at least. People often ask us, why is the world not one gigantic world space? Why can't you walk from Illiope to Black Marsh without any loading screens? It's mostly because of Havoc. There is a limitation to how many cells can be in a world space before Havoc just quits working and everything falls through the floor. So we had to split it up, and in fact, some provinces have had to split up even further because of that limitation.
No. I think we have time for one more question, maybe. We do have one that's been kind of thrown up at me. Where did it go? I've lost it. Do we have time? Do we actually know if we have time for the question? I don't think we do.
When do we get thrown out of here?
Yeah,
as long as we all promise to answer it quickly.
I thought we had 5 more minutes.
Do we have 5 more minutes?
I think so.
I thought we were at quarter. Well, lovely. So, what was that question? I think it was
It's on level design.
It was a level design. Yes, yeah. So this is another question from the community. On a team, what is your workflow for assuring continuity in environment/locations between different level designers or interior designers?
So that is something that I would say falls mostly to the field of the level design director. The level design director is ultimately the person who needs to be responsible for going through all of the plugins and then making sure that everything is up to our high quality standards and B, consistent with everything else. So it's got to be able to be merged in cleanly. Somebody else is saying something? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, what I usually do is I think just this merge, we got the assets in to be able to do the interiors for forts, and so what I usually like to do is I like to make a template, so for everyone can like take a look at that and follow it, and kind of use that as a design to jump off from, so that way everyone kind of works from the same sort of example. I think that really helps if they have like a template to go off from first. I think that's something the lead should do as well.
Yeah, that is useful.
Awesome. Well, I think that is all that we've got time today for. So thank you very much to all our panelists. I had so much fun learning so much from you guys. Stay tuned. We've got our voice acting panel, our art panel, our Skyblivion walkthrough, and our fan art contest still coming up, guys. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Hey, guys.
Used to see ya.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
What in Oblivion is that?
The soundtrack for Beyond Skyrim Elsewhere has many different elements that give it its unique sound. We use instruments originating from all over the world combined with a palette of electronics to give this project a special auditive touch. But I would argue that if there's one thing that truly completes the soundtrack and makes it stand out, it is definitely the Ta'agda choir. The idea for this choir originated about 2 years ago when we were working on the first set of tracks for the soundtrack. We wanted to include a male choir performing war cries and other aggressive shouting sounds to further intensify the music, but at the same time, I really wanted to keep this sounding native to Elsewhere. You could, grab a bunch of Nordic-sounding choirs like Skyrim had, but that just wouldn't fit Elsewhere, and it wouldn't fit the whole Khajiit theme. So, to keep it native to Elsewhere, we jumped to one of our partnered projects, the Ta'agra project, and we started working together with them and coming up with ideas on how we could utilize Ta'agra lyrics in our soundtrack. Not much later, we had finished a very small set of basic lyrics for one of the pieces we were working on at the time, and I gathered 2 of my friends, we planned a recording session, and that day we set something in motion that 2 years later still holds up, still grows, and sounds so much better than we ever could have imagined. First, we write the lyrics to a piece. We do this using the translator and dictionary provided by the Ta'agra project. And we also consult some of our team members internally who happen to be very knowledgeable on Ta'agra. After writing lyrics, I contact the choir members, we arrange a recording space, we take care of all the equipment that we'll be needing for the recording, and once everything is organized, we bring everything we need and head over to the studio. We set up the equipment, get everyone set, start practicing the pronunciation, all the different lines, just get into the flow, and then start performing. We perform all the lyrics, usually trying out different ways of articulating the lines to create more variation, and usually also adding in our own ideas and details on the spot. A typical recording session for us takes about 3 to 4 hours, and once we're done, we pack up all of our equipment, all of our gear, we set everything the way it was when we arrived, and we all head home. After we all get home, I begin the editing and mixing process, and once all the right takes are edited and mixed into the piece, I finish the whole thing off, and the track is ready for release. The recording sessions are always very fun to do, but also a little painful. We always have a great time shouting strange words to music, but usually you do start to get pretty annoying throat aches rather quick. There are techniques to performing shouting and screaming like sounds within singing, but to be fair, most of us aren't singers, so there's not really a technique for us to performing these lyrics, so we just scream. It does give the right sound, but it's not super healthy for our voices, so we only host about 2 of these sessions per year to prevent long-term damage to our voices. Besides that, the recording sessions are great fun, the atmosphere is always great, we're always having a good time, and generally there's always a bit of goofing around going on in between the recording.
Good God! Viva Stad!
And hearing the results after you finished recording is always fantastic. Typically, we don't get a lot of opportunities to scream along to music at full blast without bothering people, so these sessions are always very enjoyable, and it's always a very relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Usually the choir isn't very big in numbers. There's actually usually only 2 of us, which is now changing since the choir is growing at the moment. But before, we had to stack a lot of individual takes on top of each other to get a thicker sound. So we would record the same line about 8 times and then layer all those 8 takes on top of each other to get a thicker sound. Now, as you're seeing in the video, we have more people, which means we have to stack a little bit less, which makes the overall process a lot more efficient. There's a few steps to the editing process. First, I take all the recordings we had, cut out the bad takes, and compile all the good ones. And then later on, we take all the takes together and put them in the right spots in the music. There are a few critical things that happen before the editing that make all of this possible. And that is how we record this. So we use multiple microphones in different positions, and by doing that, we have a lot more control over how we want the choir to sound. We process the individual microphones differently to create an even stronger sound. So the way this works is we have one close microphone, which is directly in front of us and picks up our voices directly. And we have two room microphones, which capture the sound of our voices echoing through the room. So that captures the room tone a bit more, and the close mic is really there to directly pick us up without any further room reflections or stuff like that. By individually pitching and shaping these two microphone groups, we essentially create two different layers to the choir's sound. So for the close microphone, it sounds a bit sharper and more direct. So those takes get pitched down a little bit to make them sound more powerful. And they receive some general cleanup to make them sound better. The room mics also get pitched, but quite a bit deeper than the close mic. And when you combine the close microphone with the room mics, those two different pitching layers create a bit of tension between the two microphone groups, which further intensifies the overall sound. Then the two room microphones get panned to the left and right. So that means that one of the microphones, all of its sounds are only in the left speaker. And the same goes for the other one, but then it's all on the right. So when you combine those two, it further increases the stereo width, which makes the whole thing sound more powerful, especially when you combine it with the close mic, which is what we do in the end. The overall combined sound of those two microphone groups then runs through a few more effects for cleanup, as well as a separate reverb, to make the choir fit better into the rest of the music. The choir works well with the rest of the music since, well, obviously it's in Agra, which fits the lore and the whole Khajiit theme, but it also works nicely because of the performance and the editing. We always try to perform the choir's lyrics with maximum energy to make sure it sounds as intense as we need it to be. This obviously varies a little bit per track, but overall we push ourselves pretty far to get the sound we're looking for. But the most important reason why the choir works so well is that alongside performance, one of the strongest aspects about the choir is the amount of control we have over it. Pretty much every single modding project out there relies on, sound libraries and virtual instruments for their soundtracks, since there's no budget to record live music with. For Beyond Skyrim elsewhere, we use these virtual instruments as well, but despite how good they can sound and how well we are able to do our jobs with them, they do still limit us, because at the end of the day, when you're using sound libraries and virtual instruments, you are depending on something created by someone else. Our choir is an entirely different story. We can write and record whatever we want in any way we want. We have complete control over every step of the way, which allows us to shape the choir's sound to the finest detail however we want. It's also quite difficult to get virtual instruments to sound natural as if played by a real person, so our choir is a great way of adding a powerful and naturally behaving layer to our music. Altogether, this choir started off as a small idea, a cool concept that we wanted to try out. Initially, I had my doubts on how this would work and on how it would come out, but after 2 years of creating and developing our choir's sound, I can confidently say that we've got something pretty cool going here. Currently, the choir is being expanded in numbers, and we're also diving into using more advanced equipment and recording techniques to further increase the choir's versatility. We're always looking to improve our sound and create the best fitting music we can, and improving our choir and the methods in which we record and edit the choir is definitely a part of that. Speaking of improvement, our project is always looking for more skilled and dedicated team members to bring this incredible province to life. Currently, we are particularly interested in writing concept art and 3D modeling, specifically 3D modeling on creatures, flora, armor, and clothing. If you have skills in any of these departments, we invite you to apply to join our project and help us in making Elsewhere become reality. Thank you very much for watching.
Jarl Balgruff.
Greetings and salutations, welcome back to Creation ModCon. I'm still Captain Stu, and if you've just joined us, don't be shy about going back and checking out our majestic Rulers of Tamriel and 12 World panels. You definitely don't want to miss either of those as we caught up with our project leads and level designers respectively. And still to come, we have our Debellas Chosen, our enigmatic art panel, followed like a sneak thief in the dark by our fan art contest, where someone has the opportunity to see their masterpiece get implemented into one of our projects. We then conclude our day one of Creation ModCon with the highly anticipated Skyblivion Walkabout, so do please stick around. But before all that, we must endeavour to learn the way of the voice. Let's just hope we don't bump into any frost trolls on the way as we introduce you to our Fruits of the World panelists. Howdy doody voice acting panel. I'm going to get you introduce you one by one. We'll start with Kairos. Tell us about yourself.
Hi, my name is Kairos, or Rio Carr is my real name. Ooh, reveal. I have been. I'm probably the baby of the group here. I've been voice acting with Beyond Skyrim for since the summer of 2020. And I'm in at Mora, Elsewhere, Morrowind, and Cyrodiil at the moment. So yeah.
And Renara.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Renara Hawk. I have been voicing for Skywind since 2016, so I'm an old horse in this race a little bit. And I voice mostly Dunmer, female Dunmer in Skywind. But yeah, really happy to be here. I'm so excited.
And Sundown.
Good morning. I am VO on Morrowind. Been doing this for about 2 years. Living the dream. Happy to be here.
And our hostess with the mostest from our first panel, Trendane. Tell us about yourself.
My name is Trendane. I'm the oldest one among us. Yeah, I was here when it kind of started a little bit, back in like 2014, I think. And mostly in Bruma, but I also do some stuff with Teagra on occasion, and pretty much anywhere else they need me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, let's not keep these punters warning. And remember, guys, if you've got any questions, don't be afraid to send them in, and we'll try and get them answered for you. So, Renara, we'll start with you today. How did you get started in voice acting, and what do you think you need to get started in voice acting?
Well, I started with simply just a headset mic with my, like some headphones and stuff. But what you really need, in my opinion, starting out, is that basically, well, the voice is the medium, the acting skills are what you're using here. So whilst having gear and getting all the microphones set up is good, but if you want to start voice acting, you need the acting chops. You need to be trained in like theatre and just work on being able to translate what the character's feeling through your voice. Because once you've got that down, everything else sort of falls into place. So yeah, I'd rather have passable quality audio with brilliant acting than crystal clear and then sound monotone, or at least I've had that feedback for me before. So I would say if you're starting out, honestly, it's the acting that needs to be the top of your list, seconded only by soundproofing around the place. Because if you've got any reverb, that will not help.
Nobody will like said verb. How about you, Tren?
Well, I'm not really much of a gear person, so I can tell you what I have. But when it comes to people like, oh, what kind of gear should I buy? I'm like, I don't know. It's just I've got a Rode Procaster that feeds into an ancient Joe Meek VC3, the British version, not the Chinese version, and you can tell it's the British version because some of the knobs actually do go to 11. And that feeds into my Scarlett 2i2, which goes into my computer. And that's what I've been using since like 2009. So it's been a long time that I've been using this. Was there another half to the question? I think. No, I think that was it.
How did you get started?
Oh, in voice acting or with this project?
Voice acting.
Oh, well, basically it kind of started in the late 1990s. I was working on a kids show called Adventures with Kangarati, and they needed someone to do the robot from Lost in Space. And I happened to be walking through the production trailer, and I was like, "Danger, Roy Orbison!" And they were like, "Yeah, that's the voice we want right there." And while I was recording the lines, the director was like, "Have you ever considered doing this for a living?" And I was like, "No, not really." And then 10 years later, when I was working at Electronic Arts, they were doing placeholder stuff for Dead Space 2, and I got to voice a character placeholder for a character that ultimately got removed from the game. But when we were recording the dialogue, when the engineer was giving me my copy of the stuff that we'd recorded so I could use it for my demo reel, he was like, "Have you ever considered doing this for a living?" And I said, "Yeah, a little bit." And they were like, "You should, because you put a lot more into that than most of the people they bring in here." And I'm like, "Okay. Yeah, all right." And then they laid like 1,800 of us off, and I took my severance check and I bought the gear that I have.
Awesome. And look at you now.
Yeah, mostly narrating audiobooks. Woo!
Woohoo! Kairos, how about you? How did you get started?
I got started actually, funnily enough, via Beyond Skyrim. Basically, I was a big Skyrim fan back in 2015 when a lot of this was kicking off, at least publicly. I got interested in the project, and I was like, I've done funny voices all my life. I'm gonna try this, and so I started, getting into voice acting through that, and mostly doing, your traditional theater acting and a little bit of on-screen acting. So I just kind of continued it from there. Like I said, I've been doing weird voices all my life, so I figured, this works. I can do this. As for the what do I need bit of the question, I am a gear person. I've been, kind of an audiophile all my life, and I really like that kind of stuff. But yeah, like Renara said, it's not the end of the world if you don't have the greatest equipment. I might sound a little funny right now because I've got a bit of an echo in my room. I'm not in my permanent setup at the moment. But mostly having a bit of that sound dampening is important. Having, I would say, don't get a USB mic if you can avoid it. Get a preamp, get an XLR mic. And there's a million different guides on the internet that you can that can help you out with that. So go ahead and look if you're looking for equipment, but otherwise, totally, just work on your voice. Work on sounding like you're a real person talking to another real person, and you'll get there eventually.
Nice one. And Sundown, you've got a bit of a more left field origin story into voice acting, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of similar to Kairos, I suppose. I do a lot of real life acting as well, like with my actual face and body. But thinking about it this morning, listening to other answers, it sort of reminded me that I actually kind of got started. I would trace it back to RTX 2012 or 2013. I went to a voice actors panel that they were hosting. This is the Rooster Teeth convention that they would host every year. And I got to stand up and ask a question. I was fortunate enough to get called on. And I was really just told that to get started, you just got to get started. And I was like, oh, I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense. And then I kind of got started, and then that was kind of it. And then I ended up getting onto Beyond Skyrim Morrowind as soon as they dropped that announcement trailer a few years back at the beginning of 2018. I absolutely loved it because I'm a huge fan of Morrowind, and I've kind of been doing it ever since, whether through Beyond Skyrim or for my own personal projects. And I've just continued doing more real life acting, which definitely helps with obviously like portraying emotions and stuff, because a lot of that does shine through. You learn a lot of the voice techniques and the warm ups and the and the various things that you can portray with your voice when you're actually acting in person. So that's a super valuable skill too. So if you went to theater or something, or you have like a little hobby that you do on the side related to acting, that's definitely going to translate well into portraying with your voice, in my opinion. I think everybody's talking about their equipment. So for mine, I use a Rode NT1 condenser. It's pretty nice. That was recommended by the leads over at the Morrowind remaster. Skywind, I think the name is. I never get it right. I wanted to call it Morrowind, and then I remembered that's just the name of the place. Pretty sure it's Skywind.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Well, same with you, Sundown. That we've seen where you came from, like as a voice actor. What brought you to Skyrim? What brought you to the Elder Scrolls? What was the first thing that appealed to you?
Well, specifically Skyrim was the Beyond Skyrim. Just like Kairos, I saw the sort of the announcement trailer for Beyond Skyrim Morrowind, and that just made me fall in love. I'd already sort of been doing some small mods on my own accord just to mess around, but yeah, Morrowind is just, it's great. It's poggers, I'll say.
Renara, what brought you to the Elder Scrolls and Skyrim?
Oh yeah, I've been a fan of the Elder Scrolls series since Morrowind. I remember playing the game when it first came out and getting annoyed that I couldn't hit a rat with a goddamn spear. But I have spent my entire life acting. I've done so much of that, and I've always been told that I was never good enough to be an actor by literally anyone who I was trying to work with. So after many years of trying, failing, all that jazz, I kind of just I stumbled onto Skywind's original website. So not the one now, but the really old one that was more like a forum back in the day. And I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to send an audition in. I'm not expecting anything to come out of it. And 5 years later, I am doing Dunmer and quite possibly some Argonian at this point now. So that's how I kind of fell into this in a way.
And same question to you, Kairos.
Yeah, I'm here. Don't worry. Sorry, I was taking a drink as you asked me. Bad timing. Yeah, I think I kind of got on late to the Skyrim train, relatively late. I started playing it around 2015. And I was just totally taken in by all the characters, by the story and the gameplay, all of it really. And it somehow, I honestly can't remember how, I heard about the Beyond Skyrim project, and I thought, wow, this is really cool, and they need voice actors, and I like doing voices, so I'm gonna try it out. And I guess this is sort of transitioning into the next question here, but I really I began to sort of actually put together a little bit of a demo reel, and I started to think about what voices I could do and stuff, doing bad impressions of pretty much any character I could think of, and I tried out for Beyond Skyrim. I don't remember what province, and I was rejected immediately. And I was told to get a better mic. And, I, at that time, had no idea what I was doing. I got a Blue Yeti, and I'm sure many of you know how that would have gone. So fast forward, I guess it would have been 6 years, or no, 5 years, because 2020. I was reminded of Beyond Skyrim, and I was like, you know what? I'm actually, I think, a better voice actor now. I'm going to try this out again. And I got into several provinces. And, I was very happy with that. I felt like, oh, wow, I've actually made an improvement. I have, I came back, I tried again, and it worked. So that's some, advice for everyone. The whole cliche, try again thing. Don't worry if you don't immediately achieve exactly what you were going for. It might happen a little ways down the line. Yeah. Sorry to kind of transition into the next question there.
All right, I don't know how to say this to you as well, Kairos, but it's 2021. You've lost an entire year.
Oh God.
No, I meant I joined in 2020.
Oh right, because you said 2050 to 20. It's 2020.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh no,
it's 5 years.
You've lost a year.
Yeah. Oh my God. What?
Because we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh God, not this again.
Before we move on to the next question, Tredane, were you a Elder Scrolls aficionado before you got enrolled in any of the projects?
A little bit. I played Oblivion for a little while. I do not like combat at all. I suffer from massive button panic confusion. As soon as combat starts, I forget every single key binding and I can't do anything. So basically I was okay until I got to my first Oblivion gate, and then I would, after like 15 attempts to just get past the first thing, and I'm like, no, I'm done with this. And I just dusted my hands off and I walked away. But it's not specific to the Elder Scrolls. Every game that I play that has any measure of combat in it, that's the way it goes for me. Minecraft is like that.
Yeah, those Oblivion gates were terrifying the first time.
Yes.
Agreed.
They were pretty highly leveled, as I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So understandable, completely understandable. But obviously, it was like a long time ago, I guess, because you've been involved with Bruma. So do you even remember how you were recruited?
Only very, very vaguely, because I'm old and, Alzheimer's runs through my family, so I'm sure it's just disappearing somewhere. But I was working on another project that had somebody from the Beyond Skyrim team was on that project as well. And they had, on the other project, they asked me to voice one of the big main anthropomorphic bears in the game. And they were like, you know what? Why don't you come over here and work with us on this thing too? And I was like, all right, sure, whatever. And that was like early to mid 2014.
Sundown, I think you touched upon it a little bit as well, didn't you? I think you and Kairos kind of touched upon how you were recruited. And but is there anything else you can remember about that time being recruited?
Are you asking me that when I was recruited?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were still stuck at Tredane. Well, the process was really easy. I mean, I just kind of sat down and I had a terrible, awful microphone. I'm going to be honest with you, it was the one I was using the other day. And I sat down and I said, if I'm going to try to get on board with a Morrowind mod, I should probably try to do that Dunmer thing, right? And I literally just I listened to a compilation of voice lines from Morrowind, and I emulated about 20 of them. And I sent the clip to the Beyond Skyrim team, just the regular audition process with my awful microphone. I mixed it. I spent like it hasn't been another 20 minutes just working on the audio file, making it as nice sounding as possible on that awful microphone in Audacity. And I put it in, and they actually got back to me like the same day and brought me in and were super excited. So it was a great experience. They were very nice. I didn't expect it. I thought it was awful. It was my first real attempt to like really push into something that I really wanted to do. So I'm glad that it, worked out on the first try. It's pretty great.
No, moving on to Renara, because obviously with you working on different projects, you have a different method of recruitment. So can you kind of explain how you were recruited into Skywind?
Yes, it was back in ye oldie time of 2016. No, again, because it was very forum based, it was a case of I just, with my headset mic at 3 a.m. in the morning, just recorded it. I had pops, clicks, everything. It was very bad. But I decided that I was going to audition for as many roles as I could, because why not? So I basically went Altmer, Orc, Imperial, Dremora at one point, everything but Dunmer. And then I sort of handed them in. And then the project lead basically went, we like your stuff, but we don't want you to be a high elf. And I'm there going, oh, okay, cool. We want you to do Dunmer. Oh, okay. You need to push your voice really low. And here are all of the vowel sounds that we need you to speak. Because this was back when they originally, for all of the Dunmer, not just Ashlanders, they were going to have all of the Dunmer speak differently or like say words differently, but because of Elder Scrolls Online and the public, they had to change that. But it was very much sort of off the cuff, kind of very. But that was me. That was when I first joined. Now it's a lot different in the sense of the what do you call it? Website is updated and you've got to send through samples and all these things. So it's kind of changed a little bit. But that was me. I just sort of threw my hat in and kind of went, we'll see what happens. And then it was up to them to decide what they liked about my voice. So that was how I got recruited.
Oh, thank you. It's quite despondent between all the different ones. For me, when I got recruited all those years ago, I applied for Cyrodiil, and then 3 months later, I heard back from Atmora.
Yeah.
So I didn't even apply for Atmora, but they were like, "You fancy it?" I was like, "All right." So before we move on to the Q&A, I'll get one more of these questions I've got down here. We'll start with you, Trindane. What skills as a voice actor should you have to contribute if you want to join one of our projects?
Well, first of all, I'd like to remind my fellow voice actors to watch the community questions channel on Discord so they can comment as to which ones they want to answer. But aside from that, honestly, I would say to some degree the ability to improv is important, but we pretty much have to lock things down to specific lines because there's lip sync files that go with them and stuff. So you really have to kind of stick to the script as opposed to some other games where you might be able to improvise. But I would say it's like we often say in regular voice acting panels, if you're going to be a voice actor, the more important of those two words is actor rather than being able to do the voices. You know, if you look at the distance across a given country, how radically different the accents can be from a specific area. You know, don't worry about having to get the accent exactly correct, because over a distance of 20 to 25 miles, those accents can vary pretty significantly. Just, you know, make sure that you can get somewhere within it, and then focus more on communicating the emotion that the line is supposed to carry, and you'll do fine.
Right. Kairos, how about you?
I would say I think that taking direction well is a really important skill to have. Be humble and be willing to change your approach to a scene or to a line or what have you, based on what other people tell you. And even if you think you did it perfectly the first time, you might have, but it's great to have options a lot of the time. And I suppose another big thing would be make sure that you're always considering the circumstances under which your character is saying these lines, who you're talking to, what environment you're in. All of those things, these outside factors can really change how you might say a line. And so voice acting does go a lot deeper than just like, oh, can you do a cool voice? Yeah.
Cool. Sundown, how about you?
So Kairos stole my answer. I definitely, it's okay. Well, the thing is, I've been on both sides of that seat, directing and being the VO, and that is absolutely correct. Is just being happy to work with the other people involved, however you can, is going to go a long way. Just because, I mean, it's not always going to go the way you expect it to, or how you maybe even want it to, right at the start. But in the end, generally speaking, the people a lot of the time that are pushing you for those performances they have a vision in mind for what they want, and I can speak to that personally, like I was saying. And going with that vision and keeping everything consistent with what they're like aiming for at the end result is going to pay off big. Because the thing is, if everybody involved adheres to that vision and it's all cohesive, then it's a wonderful end product. So the skill set is, yes, absolutely, definitely, if you can, I mean, go take some improv classes and get into it a little bit, but also practice your people skills and be willing to work with the other people around you as amicably and easily as possible. Be very flexible. That's my opinion.
Awesome. Runara.
Well, everyone has basically said everything that I agree with, and I would have said probably exactly the same things as well, but I will simply try to concisely sum up the big ones that I think for me, which is the one that I've learned a lot is patience, because these are huge projects. We've got at least about 200 voice actors on Skywind alone, and it's not just you on this. You've got a huge team of writers, file cutters, project leads, everyone. So have patience with how the project is going, because whilst you can bang out your lines really quickly, done, finished, send them in, and then you will sit for about a month waiting for the file cutters. So have that wherewithal to be patient in that, and to understand that these projects will take a lot of time. This is all to do with, this is done through passion and through love, and I think if you bring up that passion, then it will go a lot smoother and a lot better, and you'll enjoy it more. Adaptability is also super key, as I think Sundown just said, in the sense of this project. I have seen Skywind change multiple times, scripts rewritten. I've had to redo half of my characters once because the scripts had to be rewritten because there was an error. So there's all these sorts of things, and you've got to be able to adapt and flow with the project and not feel so affronted by it. And I think lastly I'll add is that it's always good to be able to have some introspection in yourself as an actor, but also as a person, because then you'll be able to find just new facets of yourself that you can utilize when you're voice acting. So, and that helps with bringing things to life through context, like learning the context. But if you've got something that you can kind of apply to that, of how did I feel in this moment of something very similar, if you can apply that, then that just elevates your performance to a level that if you can make the listener feel what you're feeling, that is the point. There we go.
And concise. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to throw the questions over to the community now. We've got some absolutely flaming questions. So I'm going to throw them over to the panel. The first question comes from Fingergun112. What is your favorite kind of character to voice?
Who goes first? I'll go first. I voice a lot of Dumber, but I do really, really love voicing Dumber because they're just so sassy. Or at least the versions of me the ones I'm doing are so sassy, and they just sort of talk as if they're looking like, for me, I've done it where they sort of not look down on you, but it's like, I am me, you are beneath me, slightly, but in a deeper voice. And I just love doing that, and I love having a voice that's not so textured, that you can play with the emotion more. So you're like with Argonian, there's a lot of raspiness, which kind of puts a lot of strain on your voice. So when it's just a low register like this, you've got a lot more wiggle room to play around in. So I think that's my favorite.
Very nice. Anyone else?
Yeah. I enjoy the more evil side of things.
Nice.
Is that my ex-wife?
It might be. You never know.
Karen.
Yeah. I'm also a fan of the lower voices. You know, I'm a big fan of orcs and that kind of thing.
And I also, do a couple of these as well.
Whatever that might be, dragon. I don't know.
But Khajiit is always very fun as well. That has always been one of my favorites.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that as well, because one of the other questions is, who's our favorite character? Because I have two. One of which was in Bruma was Dartakto. They were actually both the followers that you could get in Bruma. One, of course, was Dartakto, the Khajiit.
And the other one was an orc named Dumrag. So I like doing them both of those.
Very nice, very nice. For me, I usually just have like there's 3 words that I like. I like to play bad guys. Well, that's 2 words. Idiots. Pretty much bad guys, idiots, madmen. That's it. Doesn't matter what range or whatever. If the characters are kind of in those wheelhouses, they're my favorites. What question shall we go next? How about how much character direction comes from the original writing compared to your own input?
I'll jump on this one.
Oh,
I'll jump on this one
please.
first because most of the recording that I did was way back in 2014-15 when the Beyond Skyrim crew was much smaller. And generally it was me and Linton sitting in a Skype call with a spreadsheet, and we just went from the top to the bottom. And we streamed a lot of it, honestly. And he directed me while I did all the things. And by the time we finished it, my voice was absolutely shredded from doing combat barks for the last hour, especially orc combat barks, which were just, ugh. But I guess maybe more than others had the benefit of a lot of direction from people.
Cool. Anyone else want to jump onto that?
I will. With Skywind, at the very least, when I first got the scripts through, there wasn't as much like direction, at least on the script. So it was very much up to your interpretation. But as the scripts progressed, we started getting levels of how much of a certain emotion needs to be in it. So like in Oblivion, where you have that wheel of like admire, whatnot, and it's like 150 different variations. We have that, which they give us a context in one column, and then they go, how much of a certain emotion is that? Where are we at? Are we at 100%? This person's super, you do not like this person, or 50, they're just an annoyance. 0 is your neutral on them. So we have bits and pieces like that, at least from the voice acting perspective, because there's not so much contact between, or at least on Skywind, between the voice actors and the writing team per se. We do a lot of asking questions through our voice acting lead, who then kind of goes and double checks with the writers, if that makes sense. But a lot of the sort of direction we get is put onto the scripts like that, and I find it quite fun to, whenever I get 101, it's like, yes, I can totally be really angry at this person. I love it.
Anyone else want to jump onto that?
This one's Uberman's question, right?
Yes.
Yes. It's an interesting question. Obviously, you have to have a framework to play in, but in my experience, I guess depending on the person, at least from my perspective, coming up with who the character is and what they should sound like and all of these different things is a lot more on the VO than the director. I mean, obviously the director has an idea of what they want, and the voice actor should definitely listen to what they want. But developing developing the sound of that character, is what they sound like can be completely different than what words they're saying, right? So you can have somebody that's making a death threat, but depending on what the voice actor knows about the character, their background, what they look like, how big they are, that's going to sound a billion different ways. So you have to take a lot of direction from the writing to get a good starting point. But any voice actor, any actor at all, period, acting, kind of has to take that starting point and grow it like a seed into a beautiful oak tree to really bring the character to life. So it really is 50-50, I think, at the end of the day.
Right, I've got a great question here. It's just coming. Have any of you suffered through self-confidence issues when it comes with acting, or even putting yourself out there for new roles or things?
Every single time.
day.
Has anyone?
Who wants to take it first?
Well, I'll go, because I actually do this in real life, and that was a game changer for me, because I basically, the biggest thing that I love doing is yearly in the springtime I participate in a Renaissance festival. So at this Ren Fair, it's kind of unique from any of the other ones in the United States, at least, where we actually have an ensemble cast of about 150 people who, when we step foot on that land, we are the character, period. That's it. For 10 hours a day, every weekend, Saturday, Sunday. So when you're doing that, sometimes you're completely alone, surrounded by a bunch of people wearing t-shirts and gym shorts in like 1500s garb. I mean, the concept of that, I mean, like literally hundreds of people around you that you're messing with or trying to entertain or whatever it might be. It is nerve-wracking, or it can be. But basically, as soon as you put on, at least in my experience, the combat to that nervousness, the nerves that come with any kind of performance, which it always does, no matter what it is, whether it's voice acting or singing, I mean, anything. Really, that's very normal. That's probably the most normal thing there is when it comes to entertainment. The biggest combative to that is wearing that character that you're going to be like armor and dedicating 200% to it and simply being that character. Because the thing is, if you are taking everything that you've learned and applying it correctly, whether it's through the voicing or in real life, if you are dedicating to the character 250%, then anybody that's laughing at you is probably laughing at something that the character is doing and not laughing at you personally. Anybody that dislikes you is disliking the character. The character is who you are. You left yourself in the car that morning or left yourself in the other room before recording the lines. That criticism and any fear for any concern over that sort of thing, that's all angled at the character that you're portraying. It's not even coming directly at you, is a good way to look at it. And that has, I mean, I don't even get nervous anymore. Like, even when I'm just existing in real life, a lot of the times, like I'm perfectly fine with this, just based on my previous experience. So that's what I have to recommend there, is just look at it as though what you're dealing with is you are slotting your brain into a different body, and that body is going to soak up any bad vibes, and it's going to stay with that body when you go back to your own, right?
Yeah, like, yeah, I'll jump in. You know, I really 100% agree with that, in the sense of, like, I've taught myself that whatever you put down in the audio, like if you're recording on Audacity, whatever you've recorded, your audio is your product. That is what is being judged, not you. You as a person are not being judged by the person who's asked for audio from you, because that is your product. And once you can separate yourself from that helps taking any rejection or any criticism or anything like that, makes it a lot easier, or what at least I've found. And you get, like, it's that thing of you just, what was with self-confidence, I have had emails telling me I'm absolutely rubbish. I have had people try to tear me down, tell me I'm not good enough, all these sorts of things. And every time I just go, nope, they're not saying about me. They're saying it about my audio. And if they are saying it about me, that's just poor reflection on their part at that point. Because that's them that's they've made it personal at that point, and that's not professional in that regard. So I think there's a big thing to say for anyone out there who wants to do voice acting, is that you know your own self-worth. And whilst constructive criticism is always welcome, I love having constructive criticism, which is like, okay, I didn't do well. What could I do to improve? Let me improve. Tell me how I can get better, because I want to get better. But you've got to be able to take that step back and go, if someone's just being mean and spiteful, because in this industry you are going to get people like that. It's a subjective industry, so there are going to be some people who will absolutely hate your voice or your stuff just because they don't like you and things like that. So just always know where you stand in the industry, what your self-worth is, and don't let anyone drag you down just because they're being horrible to you. And I'm going to say that because I've gone through it since I was like really young. I've done acting for years, and you get a lot of it, and it's part of the job. So whilst people will say have a thick skin, that doesn't always help. So separate yourself from the product is what I would say, which is basically what Sundown was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And Dane, you had a point you want to jump in there as well?
Did I?
It sounds like...
No, it's pretty much what everybody else said as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good question. There's one question here which it's kind of jumping out at me. It's from Stormcrow Projects. Do any of you have a favorite line of dialogue from the Elder Scrolls games? Obviously, I'll take them from the game, or if you've done anything for your project, fire that one as well.
Then pay with your blood. Stop!
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any line from the opening of Skyrim is, just burned into my brain.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
no,
love-
yeah.
I feel weird. Okay,
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. See, even us voice actors get all flustered sometimes. No. I love Mazoga the Orc, so yes, I'm an orc. I was born under a rock and I have no parents, so I don't need a family name. I love that line.
Beautiful. Anyone else?
It almost became a meme when when we first recorded it and I were folding it into the game and whatnot. But it was every time I had an orc line that was "Praise Malakath," and it just everybody started saying it all the time. And I'd watch people live stream Bruma, and as soon as that would come up, the chat would just fill with "Praise Malakath," and I was like, "Oh my god! Oh, okay, well, yeah, all right, I guess that's fine."
You also you can't forget. Scratch that cheese for no one.
Yeah, it was. Go ahead.
I'm more about buy Azura.
It's the Grand Champion. I can't believe it's you standing here next to me.
Or all of Renaud Even Tone's lines. I am so glad that I did not voice that character, because I told them, I said, no, I don't sing. Do not ask me to do this. They're like, but he's a terrible singer. I'm like, exactly. So get someone who can sing, because they will be able to sing badly better than I can sing at all. So just do that.
Amazing. What else do we have here? Oh, here's a good one. There's a question from Lacuna of Light. What type of character or emotion is the hardest to portray with just your voice? It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Tricky one.
That's really difficult, actually, because I think in a weird way, for me, it's sad. Not sadness, but often I end up, merging together sadness and fear. And so trying to, if someone's really afraid, it's natural when you're frightened to start crying, but sometimes they don't want it to be tearful. It's got to be you're frightened about something, you're around the corner, rather than you're a small child crying, if that makes sense. And I don't know, when I get super scared, I cry. So my natural instinct is to do both. So trying to separate those two out at least for me, I find difficult. But I manage. It works. It's all good.
For me, it's not so much a difficulty in actually portraying the emotion, but anger, like shouting, is technically annoying sometimes, because you so often will peak your mic, and so you have to find these different ways that honestly vary depending on the space you're in and the equipment that you have to sort of be able to yell without actually just completely blowing out your mic. So that occasionally can be annoying. I don't really know though on like character or emotion specifically in terms of just like difficulty. I think it really depends on the character that you're playing and the general vibe that you're trying to go for. There's quite a bit of variation between each role that you'll play, and so certain things that are come really easily to you for one character might be really difficult for another. I know I've never really tried to be I guess sad as an orc before. I'm sure it'll come at some point, but it's never something I've thought about. So maybe it'll be difficult, maybe it won't. Stuff like that.
I've got an esoteric one. I think that it's difficult to portray love or affection just with your voice. That's a very physical or emotive sort of expression. And it's not something that's probably going to come up a lot in something like, Skyrim modding. But, there are things out there, like just in the core game that do come up like that. And I'm sure that there are some pieces tucked away in various places like ESO and Beyond Skyrim and Skywind and all that do reflect two characters being affectionate towards one another. But doing that with just the voice and making it convincing, that is definitely a tricky one. because it's tricky to do that with a full body, honestly. So just the voice, that's probably got to be at the top of my list. When it comes to the type of character, though, I think the hardest type of character to portray is one that your voice is just not going to be very suited for. I probably couldn't voice a woman, but that's just me talking.
That's exactly what my answer was going to be.
Very good. That's great. It does look like we're going to have to start wrapping up. So before we let you go, I want to say thank you to all the panelists. They have been brilliant. I'm going to ask you one more question. If you can leave any aspiring voice actors a golden nugget of knowledge or wisdom, what would it be? Let's start with Kairos.
Yeah, so I would say make and maintain connections. Who you know is very important in this industry. So really stay active within your projects, whatever they may be. If it's Beyond Skyrim, if it's Skywind, if it's Skyblivion, if it's another professional job, it's important to keep yourself in the forefront of the minds of those you're working with, so you might get cast in other things, stuff like that. People are always going to prioritize working with people they know over someone they don't. It's just kind of a natural human thing to do. So definitely, stay active and talk to people within your projects. That's always important.
Oh, Findane, how about you?
When you make the decision to become a voice actor, or even after that, you have literally decided to become an artist. You are a craftsperson, and any craftsperson who is worth their salt must take good care of their tools if they want them to last. And in our case, that is our voice. As such, take your warm-ups and your cool-downs very, very seriously. Don't overexert yourself. If you know you're going to be doing really, really intense, rough, screaming combat barks in a very gravelly kind of voice or something, make sure that you give yourself time on the back end to cool down and recover and let your voice, get back to normal before you schedule any more work. Take care of your tools.
Down, how about you?
Start today if you haven't started already, because every day you wait is another day that you're not doing it. And if you are looking at this sort of thing as like seriously, and not just dreaming, but seriously wanting to do it as a career, don't be afraid to jump on board with a Skyrim mod project to get your feet wet, because things like that end up on a portfolio, and then you can show someone else what you've done, and then that other person is going to see that you have some experience, so you don't jump straight from nothing into voicing like a TV show. But start as soon as possible, and don't let like the lack of the perfect microphone or the perfect setup hinder you from at least trying it out.
Right, and Renara.
I'm going to say the same thing that I tell everyone, and this includes everyone on the panel as well, and including you, Captain Stu. Never give up, no matter how hard it seems to get. Take one step at a time and keep going, because as soon as you quit, you've quit. Keep going. Learn to take rests, learn to look after yourself, but keep going, because you will get to where you want to be. If your dream is to basically voice into a AAA game, you will get there. You just need to, one, be patient with yourself, and two, be patient with your own learning. Everyone learns differently, and your path is not up to anyone else but you. Be patient with yourself. You are not beholden to anyone but yourself. So be a nice boss and take care of yourself. God damn it, because no one else is going to do it. And I'm going to end it with safe travels, Outlanders.
Perfect. Thank you so much. No final words could possibly end the panel. And again, thank you so much, guys, for joining me today. Stay tuned for everyone else with us today on Convention ModCon. We still have our art panel, we still have our fan art contest, and our Skyblivion Walkabout. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Safe travels, Outlanders.
There we go.
What in oblivion is that?
The dawn after the war brought with it a great owl, which flew over the continent like a silent observer. The Admorans noticed the owl, but they barely acted on its presence. It was sitting in the trees, eating the corpses, taking their eyes, and avoiding the twisted ones roaming the lands. It would stare at the Admorans and wonder when they approached the owl. After the savages had left, this same owl could be seen roaming the coasts. It was not shy, but it would stay wary of the Admorans as they built tents, houses, lived and died. But the owl stayed the same, never changing, always watching. And soon, the whalers came to show the owl their crafts, and their tools, and their spoils of war. And the owl would continue to stare, with the shine of the clear ice reflecting in its gaze. Yet, it never seemed to want the artifacts. It just stayed near the coast, flying over the trees with great freedom, watching silently. The children growing up humored the owl as their protector, for its watchful eye would surely keep them safe. But then the village was raided by the giants of the north, and many died, as they screamed out in help, pleading to the owl. It simply stayed on its branch, ever watching, never blinking. After many more years and many people living and dying, they came to worship the owl as not a guardian, but as a god of knowledge. For the owl watched and it learned. It learned about the customs of the village, about the clever crafts of the Admorans, and about their lives and their knowledge. They started to offer themselves to the owl, but it would not touch their blood as it stained the ice red. It simply stayed on its branch, watching. But the owl did age. Its eyes lost their light, and its feathers went from black to brown, to bright, to gray, to white. And one day, it fled into the sun, and never returned. The people still remember the owl, and they keep watching, keep learning, and keep preserving.
Sheogorath!
Praise Malakath, and welcome to Debella's Chosen, the 2D and 3D art panel here at ModCon 2021. I'm your host, your MC, UCM, and with me, I've got 5 very talented artists across all of our mod projects. Let's go around and introduce yourself. You give us a little bit of information about yourself, what project you're working on, how you joined it, and what your focus is.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Argor. I am the 3D, 2D lead on Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, one of them. We have 2. And also a writing lead on Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil. I also help with BS Argonia and Roskria. I myself joined in 2015, prior to Broomer's release. I'm the one who made the College of Whispers and Sin on Romes, for instance. And I joined because the scope of Beyond Skyrim just really inspired me to want to learn how to make my own kind of content.
Hello UCM, praise Malakath everyone, and especially hello chat. I'm Dal, I'm the current concept art lead of the Skyrim project, Besides concept art, I also do some texture and 3D work, and I'm additionally a teacher for concept art on the Arcane University. Besides taking care of the concept art, I'm doing my best to continue the work of my former leads by keeping the design language for Skywind harmonic and uniform, so it feels like one game in the end and not just like a bunch of random sub-projects bundled together in one download file. And I decided to join the project because I watched one of the developer videos and just thought, why not apply? Let's just do it. I'm bored. Let's go. And I was actually accepted. And over the course of a year, I devoured my former lead, third son, slowly and cruelly, and collected his power and became the new lead, as is tradition.
Hello, I'm Cuddlewitch. I'm one of the 3D leads at Skyblivion. I'm also a teacher at the Arcane University and a consultant on Iliac Bay and more at Beyond Skyrim. I spend a lot of time helping members, especially new ones, with understanding the constraints placed on 3D art in the Skyrim engine and how we get their art into the engine. I've been part of the team for over 4 years now and was asked to join by the Skyblivion lead Rebel, who knew me from my time as a past 3D lead at Skywind.
Hi, my name is Nick, and I am a concept artist for both Skywind and Beyond Skyrim. And I'm mainly a character designer, weapon and armor designer, as well as a prop designer for various assets. My experience started with Beyond Skyrim Morrowind, and after some time my work was noticed, and I joined the crew of Skywind. And I decided to join the project mainly because I am a huge Skyrim nerd, and I wanted to grow as an artist and doing what I like with what I love.
Apologies. My name's Rob C.B. Wilson, and I joined Beyond Skyrim in 2015 as a level designer in Morrowind as a result of seeing a Skywind trailer. And I moved to Elsewhere in very early 2017 as a member of the lead team and became the overall lead 2 years later. And I do both level design and 3D for the team. I've also been the PR lead for Beyond Skyrim since 2016, and I joined Roscrea around about the same time, and I now also help Argonia with their PR.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Obviously, never talked to any of you before. Definitely never worked with any of you. So it's really nice to meet you. So we have a few pre-prepared questions, as the other panels have. But before I ask those, I would just like to remind the audience, please send in any questions that you may have for our 2D and 3D panelists. And we will get to those right after we get through a few pre-prepared questions. So the first question is about sort of the culture of your province, of your projects. While designing the people of your province, can you describe some of the challenges you faced in creating a unique, interesting atmosphere? Anything you're particularly proud of? And let's start with Rob.
Yes, absolutely. So for us, it's the Khajiit themselves is our biggest challenge. They have 16 different fur stocks, which is morphologies, and we're planning on using them all. So we have everything ranging from something that looks a lot like a house cat, but shouldn't be treated like one, right up to giant humanoids and massive panthers. So the challenge for us is that while everything is not going to be used by every single fur stock, we have to design something that can be used by each of the fur stocks to perform a specific task. So, for example, farming. Only certain fur stocks will be suited to that role, so they'll have clutter that fits. On top of that, of course, every Khajiit has to eat and sleep, so we have to come up with a wide range of objects that can be used by a wide range of sized animals to work with and elsewhere. The thing that probably we're most proud of is something that we've noticed over the last year, which is that the people who follow Beyond Skyrim are beginning to notice how deep we go into the design process and how much care and attention we put on even just banal little items like spades and shovels and plates, etc., which is very rewarding. It's great that that is actually being noticed. In terms of what I enjoy the most, we get to play around with bright colors, which is something that a lot of the other teams don't get to. Yellows and oranges, and Soph is always telling us no, that needs to be brighter, which is a lot of fun.
I just want to say one thing as an outside observer. I love people's reactions when they learn there's 16 different types of Khajiit. That's always fun to see.
Yeah, it's great. The variety is massive. I mean, and it's everything from it is really everything from a house cat to a very large panther and everything in between.
One of those really cool things about the lore, absolutely.
Absolutely. Next up, Nick, can you tell us about Morrowind?
Sure. So, as for the people of the Dark Elves, the strong point of interest is surely their richness in culture, ruling houses and noble tribes that create a diversity in culture and style that really makes Morrowind a land alien and unique. Now, if you imagine the Dummer as a triangle, you have on one side the Dummer who have embraced the Empire and their costumes and culture, the followers of the Almisivi Tribunal on another side, and the noble tribes of the Ashlander people, descendant from Velot, on the other. And so that is reflected in their armor and weapons and costumes and design. And that is really interesting because they space from blacksmith masterworks of weapons and design to the more salvaged and scrapped armor that can be found by the tribesmen of the Ashland, made out literally of pieces of animal stick together and wrapped up around the sticks and pieces of metal. So that is for sure one of the best things I think it is in Morrowind that really helps create a unique style, and that is one of the things I really like the most. The constant coexistence of all these different culture and beliefs really helps to describe how really vivid and alive is the land of Morrowind, and it is in a constant change, and in both Beyond Skyrim and Skywind we actually are put into that changes.
It's always interesting to see just the huge gulf between cultures, but the same people. And speaking of cultures and the Empire in particular, Kettle, can you tell us about Skyblivion and Cyrodiil?
Sure. Probably the biggest challenge we found is in creating a style for our culture is bringing objects up to a modern level of 3D quality while retaining the essence and recognizable factor of assets from Oblivion. So striking that balance between nostalgia, modern interpretation, and readability. Fortunately, Skyblivion has both an excellent 2D and 3D team who, like, they're all fans, basically, of the game, which goes a long way. The 2D team, in particular, heroes, they go through, like, maybe a dozen iterations on most things before handing a final iteration over to 3D, who usually will get it spot on first time, to be honest.
Love our 3D people. We need more of them.
Absolutely.
So this next question is for everyone. Just a quick lightning round, really. Aside from the cultures of people in your own project, what stylistically is your favorite culture in Tamriel? Argo.
I think I would start off by saying the Dwemer and the dwarves of Tamriel, really. I think they add that little bit of sci-fi to the fantasy setting, which is the Elder Scrolls, and that just makes it so unique to me.
For me, it's a gadget, because for 12-year-old me, playing Morrowind for the first time back there, the Neverwind will just always remain a female gadget, so gadgets just have a special place in my heart forever.
For me, it has to be the Sload of Thras. Slugmen Necromancers, best hope to break the back of Valinor and the Thalmor. What's not to like?
So, as for me, I would say that the Imperial of Cyrodiil are by far my favorite. I am a huge fan of mixing pieces of armor, weapons, and other things to create all sorts of original concepts that have a vibe or a little bit of everything. So their ability to absorb and integrate the various culture and their style and identity and put them all together in a polyedric environment really gives me the idea of an empire based on the unity of different races and culture who coexist in the same world. And I think that is really the strongest and more likable point of the Imperial.
And for me, it would be the Bosma. It's both the law, the Green Pact, and the Meat Mandate, which are contradictory, but also very interesting and quite nuanced as well. and also the way that they live, the fact that they are harmonious with nature.
The anti-vegetarians. But I do love how some of you seem to admire each other's projects, such as Dal liking the Khajiit, and Nick enjoying the Imperials. It's nice to see. So the next couple questions are getting a little more technical, a little more team focused. What devices or tools do you use or have you developed to ensure that your team understands the culture, beliefs, and style of your province or project? Rob, how about you start?
Yeah, so Elsewhere as a team, since I took over as lead, has become hyper-organized with a massive focus on documentation, particularly how-to guides and things to help people do tasks faster. The really unique thing is actually a massive shout out to Sotha, our 2D lead, who created a brilliant style guide, which has actually been publicly released. We have an internal and an external version, and that really helps to illustrate and explain the Khajiit visually, which is so important with both 2D and 3D art, that you can look at a series of images and go, yes, I understand now how the Khajiit think, how they work, and how their environment is shaped. Because we're a small team, we're also constantly exploring new ways of explaining Elsewhere, both most internally and externally. And we've done things like we've just released our first audio lore book on our YouTube channel, which is again something else that we've done that none of the other teams in Beyond Skyrim have done. And the last thing would be lots and lots and lots of Excel spreadsheets.
Yeah, absolutely. Excel spreadsheets among things like Trello and Google Drive are extremely useful for us over on Beyond Skyrim. I on Cyrodiil generally keep track of claims people have once a month with check-ins, and I update their current projects on Trello. And it's through this process that we incorporate all the different research we do through the 2D concepting, which helps make the world feel very alive. Doing your research is very important for concepting. You got to make sure you look at real life references, because that's what really helps make the world come to life. And absolutely making sure you keep track of all those references is what things like Excel spreadsheets, Google Drive, and Trello are fantastic for.
You would be amazed how much detail has to go into those spreadsheets, I'm sure. All of that, keep track of all of that. So it sounds like both of your teams have a lot of very good structure. How about our remake projects? How do Skywind and Skyblivion handle their structure? Let's start with Skyblivion. Kettle?
Well, the 3D department is actually broken into specialities. It's probably the largest department overall at the project. You've got armor and weapons, creatures, architecture, general 3D, which would include clutter. They all have their own departments and department leads. And the teams tend to be made up of artists who are very much specialists in that particular type of 3D. So I don't think it's a very common approach amongst the projects in the community, but it's allowed us to make a lot of progress in the last 2 or so years with, we get members to focus on their stronger skill sets. Helps a lot.
And Dal, how about Skywind?
So Skywind uses a lot of the tools Argor had already mentioned also. So we have so many Excel sheets. We have like 6 Trellos currently and counting. We're using Miro for nav meshing. We have a OneDrive to back everything up. And we use GitLab for our Q&A stuff. And for our exact 2D and 3D process, I have this really big master Excel sheet list, which seems endless when you take a first glance, but which is already reduced to like the last 7 and 8 entries, which means Skyrim is nearly done with the concept art. Whoop, whoop, clap, clap. And from there, I pull the task which needs to be done most urgently next and give those to my concept artist, like Nick, for example. He's one of my concept artists on Skywind. And then they just start with simple first iterations, and those first iterations get posted on the Discord to receive feedback, because there's so much to consider when creating a good piece of concept art. The culture, the shape language, the patterns used, the item's age, history, the context of its use. And in the end, it needs to fit with the rest of the world, with the designs we made so far, but it still needs to stand on its own. So it usually takes quite some time until we nail a concept art and until everyone is reasonably satisfied. You can never satisfy everyone 100%. From there, I move the concept art to the 3D Trello, so the 3D lead finds a fitting artist for the item. We don't have specialities in 3D like Skyblivion, but we do have people which we just know who likes to make clutter, who likes to make creatures. We just don't have like fixed teams for that. And the 3D artist most of the time goes back to the 2D artist and asks like, hey, what did you mean with this pattern? Or could you draw this from a different angle? Because, this conversation between 2D and 3D is just really important to making great 3D assets. And once this is done, once the 3D mesh and the textures are done, all of that gets uploaded to our OneDrive. And then it's linked in the implementation Trello, because implementing things into the creation engine is pain. And we have an extra department only for that. And if the audiences want to know how the implementation process is continued from here and how much pain it is, tune into the implementation panel tomorrow.
It's not that painful. Please volunteer, please. So while we're talking to you guys, Skyblivion and Skywind, can you tell us what aspects of the original games, Morrowind and Oblivion respectively, what aspects of the culture or style have you kept, and what, if anything, have you decided to change? Why? And let's go back to Kettle.
Well, because of the nature of Skyblivion being, for all intents and purposes, a remaster or port of Oblivion, we've kept almost everything. Some mechanics just aren't in the Skyrim engine, like acrobatics and such. But artistically, I think the community is going to be very happy with the balance between nostalgia and remastered assets. Like Dal was saying just previously, you can't please all the people all the time. There'll always be someone who won't like parts of a project. But overall, it should work out as intended. All the things the community loved about Oblivion artistically just in the Skyrim engine.
Dal, how about Skywind?
I'm pretty sure Zix already kind of answered this question in the Leaders of the World, or whatever the lead panel was called, panel thing. But from a 2D, 3D perspective, we are in a really fortunate situation right now, because Skyrim has something Bethesda will never have. We have endless time, even though our fans don't want to hear that we have endless time. But theoretically, we have endless time. We have no need for money. And we don't answer to any investors. We only answer to ourselves. So we want to create the Morrowind Bethesda could have done with more funds and endless time and a more modern engine, to be honest. And design-wise, we want to stay close to the original designs by Kirkbride, who was the lead concept artist back in the Morrowind days. And here and there, we're giving things which used to be extremely simplified an overhaul. For example, the tombs got a rather drastic overhaul to make them more interesting to explore, and our Vivek city got unique cantons. Every canton in Vivek is now an absolutely unique building, which you'll be able to check out in our Day 2 Skyrim panel, where we'll show off the whole city. Nudge, nudge. Generally, we're not making Morrowind HD edition, and I hope no one expects that from us. We're adding some of our own artistic vision to the game, but we still absolutely want to keep like this Morrowind feeling alive, just with a few artistic freedom here and there.
Thank you, Dal. And speaking of tombs, you're up for another rendition of those, right? If I can make a few requests.
This is probably not PG-18, so I will not answer.
All right, moving on then. Before I get yelled at. With the release of Elder Scrolls Online, did this change your perception of the culture or style of the races or people in your project or province? Let's start with Rob in Elsewhere.
In a word, no. Elsewhere for us in ESO, yes, you're welcome. It felt generic, and it suffered, as ESO does generally, with the drawbacks of being an MMO, which is that the cities are very big, the streets are very wide, the clutter is quite sparse, and there are things from Morrowind and Elsewhere, etc. Having said that, three things did stick out for me in terms of ESO. Two good and one bad. The two good were there's lots of ruined temples dotted around, which we thought was fantastic. And although we had temples in our mind, we decided that we would go hog in terms of adding temples. So that was good. And the other thing we liked was the use of cracks, crevices, and small canyons, which fits in perfectly with the aesthetic for an Equina, which is that it's going to be an empty, sparse-looking land, but it has to be fun to play and it has to have stuff to do. So we're going to make use of cracks, crevices, and small canyons as assets to hide things in. And the bad is dragons. We just it just doesn't work. It doesn't feel right. There are no dragons in Elsewhere, and there never will be, because it's just it just doesn't work with the lore and with the region.
No dragons. Dal, how about Morrowind? Any changes you've made because Morrowind came out on ESO?
First of all, I can't believe someone just spoiled the end of Morrowind in the chat. Dude, not cool.
Well,
Besides that, so I wasn't on the team when ESO Morrowind came out, so I'm not sure how generally the team reacted to it. I have to admit, I just don't know. But in general speak, when we check out ESO content, we just prefer our Drama robot Sotasil over the Hotuspando Sotasil. And we just want to keep this crazy essence alive. Like I said before, we follow pretty closely to the Kirkbride original concept, and the ESO style just feels, like Kettle already said, pretty bland. Like they are going safe. They want to market this to a lot of people, so they don't want to add too much crazy shit, which could just, make people not even try.
Makes sense. So the last couple questions we have are a little more personal for you as artists. The first one is, what was the hardest or easiest design or 3D object that you've worked on? And let's head back to Kettle.
Okay, overall, I don't think it would be a single asset, but tile kits. The new 3D and textures for our cities and architectures have and continue to be the most challenging of 3D objects to get done and in-game. As well as redesigns from the 2D crew, there are so many technical challenges with them, especially when you consider they have to retain a lot of Oblivion's footprint to allow for porting of quests and such. Architecture isn't the most popular subsection of 3D. Everyone wants to work on creatures or weapons or armors, so the difficulties in having dedicated artists for architecture is a problem in its own right. I think that's pretty common across all the major projects, though.
I mean, why would someone want to work on a pile of bricks when they could work on an ice sword or something?
We need the bricks.
Exactly, bricks are very important. Dal, how about yourself?
I would say my easiest was one of the things Kettle just said. Shit, I'm so sorry. The chat just completely had me enraged. I'm starting again. On which question were we? You're asking me what my hardest design was, right?
Exactly. What was the hardest or easiest design you've worked on?
I'm sorry, I'm stop reading chat now. The easiest design for me was Nordic Ringmail armor, actually, because I'm one of those people, Kettle just said, I like creating creatures and armors, the cool stuff. I don't want to draw bricks, that's stupid. And for some reason, when I draw the Ringmail armor, basically every iteration I made was pretty nice. And I could have just used any of these as a final version, which was super cool. So apparently I'm really good at Nordic culture. So if, I don't know, Bethesda or anyone else ever wants to do a game about Nords, maybe I should apply there. I don't think it will ever happen, but I think that would be cool.
We live in hope.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll find out all the interesting snow magic that's going on up there. One day. How about you, Argor? We have not heard from you in a little bit.
Yeah. So currently on Beyond Skyrim, like Kettle said earlier, architecture and things like that, the larger claims, they tend to increase the amount of, the time it takes to burn out on a claim easily. So a lot of people have a hard time taking on those claims. However, I do think the end product is also more satisfying in that way because you get to see the world come together. But the biggest problem we're trying to overcome on Beyond Skyrim right now is getting the new creature animations in game. And while we do have a nice workflow set up, thanks to some creators like Aerosarn, URL Jom, just to name them off the top of my head, we still need the people, some animators who are willing to work with the new process to really make that final push. And yeah, so any animators out there who are interested in trying to tackle a challenge, it's going to make our projects, all of Beyond Skyrim, far more unique and special, in my opinion.
Just speaking for myself, personally, I think all animators are wizards. So if we have any wizards out there,
absolutely.
please join up. We would love to have you, all of us. So
Coming from the guy who writes who writes the Mages Guild on Cyrodiil, absolutely bring wizards in.
Man, I love wizards. So the next question, Dal, what's something that you would have liked to know before starting your first ever design or 3D object?
I would just love to know anything about concept art because I have to admit I did see that video and was like, yeah, sure, I can draw. I know how to hold a pen. I will just apply. And nowadays, I would just be sent to the Arcane University straight away to just learn the basics because I didn't know what I was doing. And I was so fortunate that my former lead, Fertzan, like the dude I devoured, taught me so much about just concept art. And nowadays, like I said, just straight away to the Arcane University, go sit down and learn your 101 concept art first. And it really had helped to have this tool to just have a really talented person apply and say, hey, you're great, but how about you just go over there for like a week and learn the basics? That would be great.
It sounds like concept art is a different skill set from just general art, which is very important to know for any aspirants out there. So the final question of the prepared questions, what did you learn during your time with the project that you don't believe you could have learned anywhere else, or at the very least it would have taken a lot longer to learn it? And let's head back to Kettle again.
Well, for me personally, how to work, both work with and lead a team of volunteers of varying skill levels from every corner of the world. How to pull all the diverse directions people want to take with artistic design and keep a project coherent, or at least try to. As technical as 3D, especially as technical as 3D can be, at the end of the day, these projects, it's about people. It's the people who make up the projects. That's what makes these projects what they are. And the interaction between us is without a doubt, the most complicated part of this kind of modding, but it's also definitely the most rewarding.
It's fantastic. How about Nick? We have not heard from you in a little bit.
So for me personally, working for Beyond Skyrim and Skywind really put me in a professional environment that I could only have found working in the video game industry. Having to work close with art directors, other concept artists, and the 3D department really helped me shape my skills and ability in a direction that I needed to grow as an artist. After my studies, I had no opportunity or job offer immediately, so I did my best to join the most challenging and professional environment I can in order to grow. And in the Skyrim modding community, I found that. A great strong point for me personally is the constant work side by side with people who usually already are in the game industry, so they really can teach you and help you go into that direction because they know what you need, what you don't need to do, and how you need to work in order to have a professional kind of step-by-step work. So many of these people are usually professionals who dedicate their free time to this project. And I really think that this is one of the greatest things because it's not a way to create portfolio. It's not a place to, show up, but it's really something interesting. It's really something that brings people together with a passion. It's something that really motivates me even more. I personally had the chance to talk with many artists who contributed to this project, and that really helped me get better as an artist. And I think that this is really the best thing I could have hoped to gain from this project.
You brought something like that up before in an earlier panel, and thank you very much for bringing it up again, because it is something I would like to address. The fact that you are a professional in the game development industry, yet you still work on Skywind and Beyond Skyrim, Morrowind. One thing that I know we see a lot in comments is accusations, really, that these projects are ways to build portfolios, at which point people plan to dip and get into the industry and leave it behind, when really that's not true at all. We have, yes, there are people here who are wanting to build a portfolio, wanting to get started in this industry, but we also, as you've just spoken to, we have people who are passionate about these games, passionate Elder Scrolls fans who, even though they've already hit the quote-unquote goal of working in the industry, they're still thrilled to be working on these projects. And then, of course, you also have some people who have careers and don't want to get into the game development industry, who are happy in their current jobs but still love these games so much they just want to contribute to these remake projects. So thank you for speaking to that. That's something that I've thought about frequently over the last couple of years, ever since I joined. So with that diatribe over, let's move into some of the audience questions. The first question from Unknown Explorer 13 asks, what are the more needed 3D skills right now for your respective projects? Let's start with Argor.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty good answer for that. Recently, I've been looking over what we need, and we're just starting on some of these smaller sub-cities, things like Such and Sanctutor, and I've noticed that we need a few more concepts, so I'd say concept art, absolutely. If you're a concept artist who wants to apply, Cyrodiil's open for that. And for other things, 3D artists, and as I said before, animators are always welcome for our end.
Great. Rob, how about yourself?
So for elsewhere, on the 2D side, we would desperately love to have some architecture concept artists to help us to create our temple sets. And on the 3D and on the 2D and 3D side, we need creature artists both to design them and also to build them. So that would be what we would be really looking for.
Okay. The next question from 7 Luke, I am your father 7.
Amazing.
Talk about spoilers. He's asking more for Skywind and Skyblivion. Does having an existing game help in producing, or do you think it hinders your designs due to having little or less artistic liberty? And let's do Dal.
I think that's an interesting question, because even in the project ourselves, even in like our Skywind bubble, even if we just ignore the public completely, we have definitely those which are super nostalgic. Like, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. They just really love Morrowind, and I think they would be perfectly fine with just getting that Morrowind HD edition. And on the other hand, there's like the other half of people which just wants to improve, which wants to have like a tiny bit of their own artistic footstep in the project they're making. So it's a bit of a diplomatic issue sometimes to find like just this concept art which is on the verge between both. That you see the object and you're like, oh yes, this is this item, but it has like a bit of the 2021 vibe. Like it's just, it's updated in some regards, and it has like the artist's own style in it a tiny bit. So it's not super hindering. It's challenging. It's definitely adding a layer of challenge, and especially once we look into the public world outside of the Skyrim bubble, there are a lot of people expecting us to make Morrowind HD, and all of those will probably get, they won't get what they want, because that's not what we're doing.
Kettle, how about Skyblivion?
It can be, it's a double-edged sword. It's a little bit like Dal was saying. It's not as restrictive as you would think. It's not like go into a remake of something and you think, right, it has to be pixel perfect, like the original Oblivion version. The original versions of things, for 3D assets especially, they're like a concept. They're like your starting point for your concept work. The 2D team takes care of a lot of these things, but I said it before earlier on, I don't think the community really gets how, when something's posted on Skyblivion community, like here's the redesign for such an ammo or such a thing, that's gone through like easily over a dozen different iterations back and forth between the 2D team, the 3D team, because of practicalities in the design, like Rebel, the overall lead, and creative director will have, come back, and it'll go back and forth, back and forth. It can take weeks. It can take absolutely weeks before a design's like, yep, that's the original Oblivion, that's what we're going for, and then it's handed over to 3D. Like, it's not committed to 3D until, like Dal was touching on it. So there's a level of diplomacy involved amongst the team, because everyone's going to want to go a certain direction, and you can't spend 6 months deciding on a piece of clutter, like that table should have this cloth on it or that cloth on it. It's not going to happen. So you have to keep things moving as well. And again, you're not going to make everyone happy, but I don't think you can go into one of these projects and think we are going to make everyone happy. You do just kind of have to pull the trigger on things. But is it restrictive? No, not really. You have guidelines, you have boundaries that you'll work in, but it's not restrictive.
Fantastic answer, honestly. Because it is a negotiation. It's 50 people working on one thing at the end of the day. The next question comes from Uberman, who asks, do newer 2D artists often have difficulty adapting to the differences between drawing art and making concepts? How would the processes differ? And let's talk to Dal, since you touched on it before yourself.
Yes, so especially if you just have a really good artist, like an artwork artist, and you say, hey, could you please design me a chair? And they will render you the most beautiful chair. And then you're like, okay, but this is like a chair for a really poor person, and you like drew a throne. Could you change that? And the first step is accepting that maybe your iteration wasn't good. That's something I'm challenged with every day. That I post something and the feedback is, this is not what we want. Do something else. And you just gotta swallow your pride and be like, all right, and I guess back to the drawing table. And so we often have artists apply which are so much better artists than I will ever be. But like I said before, there's just a really helpful way to start designing something. Like, first you start with the silhouettes, with the shapes. The very first step is you just start collecting references which describes the object for you, so you have a rough idea what you even want. And that's a tough thing for some people to swallow, that I don't want them to draw something beautiful. I don't need my first iterations to look good. If they can just take like a fat marker and draw me a shape, and I will like, yeah, I can work with that. This is good. That's like enough for the first iterations. And just scaling down your own expectations for your own art, just to be a little bit quicker in the concept art process, and just to communicate easier, and slowly adding detail to a concept is something a lot of people, myself absolutely 100% included, don't know when they apply. And that's why we actually shield Arcane University so much, because that's a great way also for a seasoned artist to just go in there, get a claim, and just do the really clean concept art process once. And then they can pretty much apply anywhere, because the process is just more or less the same all through the whole gaming industry, or wherever, even for movies. It's just the same everywhere.
And to carry off of that, yeah, the AU absolutely is great at that, because they take you step by step through the process. And I see them, I talk to the teachers there and watch how they go. One thing I do want to point out is that drawing concepts is something more akin to a halfway point between almost engineering mindset and art. It's almost like blueprinting. You have to. It's less about it looking good, as Dal said, and more so about breaking it apart into its individual constituent pieces and trying to get the point across of the asset. So say it's a chair, like it was decided, which like Dal talked about before. You have to think, how is each leg connected to the rest of the chair? What is the point of the chair? Is it a high-class chair? Is it supposed to emanate nobility, or is it supposed to be something some poor tavern keeper threw together real quick? And then beyond that, different angles, just like in a blueprint, showing all different angles and materials it's made of. All these things come together to help the artists know what they have to do to put it together. That's kind of why it's very similar to blueprinting. It's kind of like making a list of instructions on how you want the person who's going to put it together to come together with it. So just keep that in mind when drawing concept art, I would say. And one last thing is that having an art background is a fantastic foundation for drawing concept art because it gives you the tools you need to actually get it done. So definitely pursuing that aspect of it is a fantastic starting point as well.
Thank you very much for that. Those very detailed answers, Dal and Argor. I feel educated. I feel like I could draw something beyond a
Glad to
stick
be of
figure
help.
now. Thank you. So the last question I think we'll have time for comes from Reed Stilt. And he's asking Rob, for Elsewhere, are you sticking with your original vision of the Palmar as a more cat-like creature, or going with ESO's giant humanoid Khajiit version? Also, what's a Palmar?
An easy one. I'm not actually 100% sure. It's one of the first docs. I suspect it's probably one of the bigger ones. I don't know them all by name, but I do know that we'll be sticking with our vision for the Palmer and for all of the other first docs.
Didn't Elsewhere draw the concept art for the first docs that many people believe was like made by
Yeah.
Bethesda or something?
I have heard that.
It's also in the
it's
wheel, like in the
yeah.
background. You sometimes see like this image with all of the cats, and that's actually from Beyond Skyrim.
Yeah, it's from somebody called Waffles. They drew it actually before I joined the team, but it has been reposted so often, and it is quite often posted as having come from Bethesda, and it's actually Beyond Skyrim, which is quite funny. So that's what we will be using. That very, very well known image that's actually on this chat. It's part of the Elsewhere parts.
So the very last question, I guess I lied. Unknown Explorer 13 asks, would you like more people with NIF experience to join your projects? And why is the answer yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We're always. I think all the projects are always looking for people with NIF experience, but probably at a level above just being able to implement statics. I think the team are fairly covered with that with tools like CK Command. Like there's been tools that have come out that help a lot with the automation. But if you're slightly more advanced with NIFs, it can work with collisions, special effects, like basic animations like NI controllers, things like that. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Speaking as a level designer, nothing quite gets me as excited as knowing a new trap is coming down the pipe.
That's a common request, absolutely.
Oh, I love them. I love them. Well, thank you everyone for joining me on this panel. I have been UCM and still remain UCM. And next up, everyone else will be remaining here for the art panel, for the, fan art contest. We just did the art panel. So thank you everyone, and see you again in 15 minutes, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks, you.
See you there.
See you in a bit.
Be there.
See you then.
Are you interested in learning to mod? Do you wish there was a place that could teach you skills like creation kit implementation, game writing, 3D, or sound design? The Arcane University is open for your creative journey. We're a public Discord server open for anyone to learn. Our teachers come from our partner projects and will train you to reach a level of competency to join one of our teams. The road will not always be easy, but we have a complete progression system for every department to help you master your craft with special assignments and even a test claim board where you can take a shot at real project claims free of pressure. We also have live lecture events just about every month, which are then uploaded to our YouTube channel. So, what are you waiting for? Take the next step in your creative journey and join our community today.
What in oblivion is that?
I have failed. Despite everything I sacrificed during the war, it was the compromise I made to end it that would be my undoing. My people believed that we could win. They wanted to go on. But my own faith was weak, and I made a grave error. Now, Cyrodiil is in a crisis that it has not seen for an age. Since 200 years ago, when the land was on fire. But even then, we fought together as one. We faced threats from both our world and Oblivion, but we fought them together, and we won. Although it came at a great cost. The dynasty that had guided us for millennia was ended. And now we are divided. That is where I have failed. In the end, I could not unite us. We have new masters of our country now. The villains I let in through our gates. I was blind to the consequences. I thought my people were as tired as I am. But they never laid down their arms. They will fight them to the end, while others choose profit over people. Some have set their eyes on the throne. They seek to supplant me even as I still live and breathe. And it is beyond me to stop them. In fact, I mean not to. Cyrodiil needs a strong leader for what comes next, even though I can feel it in my heart that it is already too late. While they bicker and fight over this accursed marble chair, our ancient enemy has returned to reclaim the lands that we took from them thousands of years ago. And this time, the people will have to protect themselves. They must find something, anything, to hold on to, and then give their lives in service to it. The Empire depends on it. The glory of Cyrodiil depends on it. Still, in these final hours, I cling to hope. Not for me, but for Cyrodiil. Hope that there will be another hero. That we will drive the Thalmor from our lands. That we will finally reforge this seat of sundered kings.
Hermaeus Mora.
Grace Malakath, welcome back to the Creation ModCon 2021 and welcome to the final of the fan art contest. Hey chat, are you still with me? Hello everybody. I expect a lot of love from you in the next hour, so please chat behave. Thank you in advance. First of all, a big thank you to all artists which decided to join the contest on such short notice. I know hardly 2 weeks isn't even remotely enough to submit your absolute best. So I was shocked to see what an original and well-crafted amount of submissions we received. Also, thank you to all my fellow artists, which just stayed with me here to make the show with me. Hello, Argo, Kettle, Nick, and Rob. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey. The whole band is here. Nice. And a last big thank you to the judges of this contest, Nariel, Sotasil, and Rugrash. And, as you just heard, the judges and the commentators are not the same people. In fact, besides me, no one here has seen a single submission yet. So you will get hot, live reaction content just in a few minutes. But before that, allow me to go about the rules of the contest one more time. So, the task was to design a one-handed bladed weapon. A dagger, a knife, a sword, as long as it has a hilt and a blade and can be held in one hand, it's acceptable. Also in one paw or in one claw, that's also fine. You had to use your own unique design, you were allowed to design it using traditional or digital media, and had to include a description of the weapon's origin and backstory. The submissions were judged in the categories of design language, originality, world integration, and overall presentation. We're going to showcase you 9 beautifully designed weapons, and in the end, present to you the winner of the contest. The winner design will be created as a 3D object by one of our seasoned 3D veterans and placed as a usable weapon in Skyblivion, Beyond Skyrim, and Skywind. Before jumping right in, I want to ask the commentators a few things. So, Kettle, is there a design you'd say is missing to Skyblivion's weapon portfolio which you'd like to see winning today?
Well, a lot of the hero assets, especially weapons, are kind of covered at Skyblivion, but they're the ones that were actually in Oblivion, like they're the replaces for those, and there is a lot of opportunity, basically, to bring in a unique weapon, not even just as an Easter egg, but as a replay. A lot of the Oblivion stuff was, it's what happens in Skyrim as well, like you've got a special dagger or a special sword, and it's really just the vanilla one. With some, magic effects on it. So there's still a lot of opportunity at Skyblivion for things to take those places, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to this.
Nice. Argor, what designs are you looking forward for? Anything specific you'd like to see?
Well, I'm looking forward to the most, all the different creative designs people can come up with, because the unique setting of the world in the Elder Scrolls just is perfect for just creativity and making eccentric works that can fit in the world. And those eccentric works can be sometimes the most interesting, for Mirok's sword in Dragonborn, how it moves and slithers up as you're holding it, and things like that. Definitely looking forward to that. And yeah.
You're ready for the crazy. I like that. That's a good mindset to enter this, don't worry.
It's exactly what we'd have on Beyond Skyrim 2. New stuff is just our territory.
Nice. Rob, since your forte are Khajiit, what kind of weapon design would work best for the wide variety of Khajiit races out there?
So a focus of ours is on what I would call low-tech weapons. So effectively just picking up what you've got and using it to smack someone. So my favorite Khajiit weapon at the moment is the bamboo hitting stick, which is literally that. It's a long piece of bamboo with a handle on it, and you whack people with it. So one of the big sets that we haven't started on yet, but I'm particularly excited on, is the martial arts training or temple set of weapons, and they are just that. They are pieces of wood. They're shaped, of course, to look like weapons, but they're just pieces of wood that people smack lumps out of with each other.
Dude, I want to bet so many people with a bamboo stick. Not even kidding. All right, thanks. We will see if something like that is in the contest. And Nick, from your vast experience both from Skywind and Beyond Skyrim Morrowind, which kind of weapon is missing from this region and you just love to see added?
Well, I personally think that went lost during the realization of Skyrim was the unhanded weapons. I honestly like big claws, blade coming out from the hand, or even some cool kind of gauntlets, and hand-to-hand combat, punching your enemies. Imagine the coolness of going hand-to-hand with with a giant troll, hitting them with your fists. It's really something that I think it's missing. I mean, also the idea of creating them with several different materials from the more refined, imagine hitting things with blades made out of dragon claws or even dragon scales bonded to your arm and using them as for butchering enemies. It's really something cool. Or even creating very defined kind of gloves with bones or even pieces of scrap of metal. It's really something that really tickle my interest, and I would really love to see more unarmed weapons into Skyrim, because I have always been a fan of it as a sort of second kind of way to defend yourself. I mean, when you are completely disarmed, you can literally use your fists to kill anything. So it's really something I would love to see.
Okay, nice, thank you. Let's see if we find this raw power and raw strength in any of these submissions. So, all right, thanks for your first comments. So, with the paperwork out of the way, let's move to place number 10. Wielded by the remnants of the scattered snow elven army, this blade passed from hand to hand as one by one of its wielders fell, finding its way south and east in the company of a band of desperate refugees fleeing from Skyrim Snowstrider and his attempts to drive them north to slavery or death. The blade and its last bearer were lost in the perilous crossing over the Jarrell Mountains into Cyrodiil. With their pursuers rapidly approaching, the last remaining guard staged a final stand, holding back the Admorans alone, fighting to buy enough time for the civilian refugees to escape. Slain, his body left to the elements, taken by scavenging creatures and rot, this sword is all that's left of that brave soldier. First of all, I can relate to your name so much. Unfinished sketchbooks. Congratulations for making it to the 10th place. This is a beautiful design. Thank you for your submission. Kettle. Since this weapon surfaces at the north borders of Cyrodiil, what are your thoughts on this design?
I really like it. They've caught the vibe of the snow elf. Like what little we have of it from the original vanilla game. I think it would fit really well, especially around the crossguard and the widened, fattened. So you'll have to forgive me because as a 3D artist, I do a lot of stuff in weapons, and when I see weapon concepts, there's one of two things happens. Is one, I'll go like, "Ooh, that's nice," and the second is, I want to make that. And when you see stuff like this, you're just going like, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind a shot at that." The connection, the widening of I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen here, not that anyone can see it. Just above the hills, where it widens out, it's got a very, very strong elven vibe, but not so much that it's Alanor standard. I like it. It's pretty good.
Argo, you're also one of our Cyrodiil homies. Anything to add?
Oh, yo. Yeah, so it's funny actually. This sword reminds me very much of the silver sword that's in Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil. The handle especially is very similar, so it would fit very well in, first of all. But I do like the minute designs that you see on the blade that kind of run up the center of it, and I forget the name of it. The divot or the little engraved part in the center. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those things. It's that kind of attention to detail that I really like. I do think it would fit really well into our Cyrodiil, and the elf. It's kind of a mix of like Imperial Silver and like Snow Elf. And the little gems on the side are really nice also.
All right. Thank you too, and thanks again to Unfinished Sketchbook for your submission. All right. Then I would say it's time for number 9. This weapon was created out of the finger of a powerful young Hagraven whom fought help with the Ideal Masters, which granted her advanced knowledge of mysticism, enchanting, and other arcane arts. Eager to test her new powers, the woman gathered her tribesmen and directed an assault on their matriarch Hagraven, who would be sacrificed in order to fuel the tool that would soon liberate the Reachmen from the anguish they had suffered under Orcish raids. Congratulations, Martin, on making it to the 9th place. I hope it's okay for you that I abridged the backstory of the weapon a bit. It was rather lengthy. But yeah, this is a really interesting design, and I love whenever I show this to someone, they're like, oh, it's just a dagger. Hey, wait on, is that a finger? Like this moment of, wait a second, that's really interesting to me. So, Nick, you mentioned beforehand that you would be interesting to see a bit more natural resources, some claws. So would you give me your thoughts on this weapon?
So, just by seeing it, I can only say that I really like it. I mean, it is something really functional. I think that this is really something that you could really carve out of your enemy. I mean, you have just killed an Agraven and took her finger as a weapon, as a trophy, and it is really have that Ashlander kind of vibe that I have worked and add on many concepts I've worked on, and I really like it. I mean, it's really of impact, it's really effective, and it's really simple because it is basically taking a piece of your enemy and use it as a weapon. And yeah, I love it. It could really work both as a knife or as a sword, based on how long that finger might be and how big the creature was. And it really can work even if you really strap it with a leather stripe on your arm and use it to swing it as a weapon. Yeah, it's really something. I really love it.
Yeah, it's just super interesting. It just feels really natural and carnivorous. I don't know. It's super nice. It's a lovely design. Rob, do you have any short thoughts you'd like to add?
I just really like the shape of it. The fact that the blade itself looks like it's a very long, nasty fingernail.
Yeah, like it comes out so violently. It just shoots out of the top side of the nail.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Really gross, to be honest, but it's also really cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah. Well, again, thank you, Martin. Thank you for your lovely design. It grossed all of us out famously. Good job, man. Okay. With that said, I would say let's go to our place number 8. This blade was initially envisioned by a thief who held a great admiration for the Empire and wanted his old symbol of power. He commissioned the design of the blade by Redguard in Hammerfell. He stole the design, leaving the Redguard without money or a job. The thief immediately went to an orc with the design to forge the blade out of ebony. He stole the finished blade, ruining the business of the orc. He then went on to an Argonian to do the metal inlays. Again, he stole the blade, which resulted in the Argonian being banished from Blackmarsh. Congratulations, Jono, on making it to the 8th place and designing a weapon which basically ruins everyone's life without even murdering anyone. That's what I call a true thief's blade. This is a great idea. So, Nick, what are your thoughts about this weapon which ruins everyone's life?
I like the backstory a lot because it's I mean, a quest material. I mean, with that backstory, you could really create a quest line very interesting. I mean, whether it's you who actually take the role of the thief who forged the blade and stole it by several blacksmiths, or even follow the steps of the thief in order to reclaim this blade and find a way to save those blacksmiths from misery, or even decide to take the blade and use it to for your own glory. But overall, the design is really cool. I love the handle. I love the head of the blade. The blade also, it's really, really very well decorated, and it's really interesting. It really showed that he has several different designs from several different blacksmiths, like many hands working on it, and it really fits with the quest. It really fits with the blade story. So I think overall it's a really good job. I really would love to see it in game. I mean, it's definitely the kind of legendary weapon, unique design weapon that you may find linked to a quest.
Yeah, I like what you just mentioned. Just the idea of having a quest of like these artists or these smiths banding together, paying you their last gold just so you find that thief and bring them to them so that they can, I don't know, rough him up a bit or something. That's a super interesting idea of a quest line, just really unusual. Argo, do you have any last sentiments for this before we move on?
Also, if I may, I may add just a little thing. The thing that you mentioned, that the several blacksmiths pay you or even get together, putting together their all remaining coins in order to give you a proper reward to follow this sword, really could create a quest where you actually take step in each and every different region of Beyond Skyrim, so that you actually can follow each steps in every single region. So it's really something interesting.
Oh, that's true. This is like all over the continent. Actually, that's cool. Yeah. Thank you so much, Jono, for your submission of Kaggle. This is a lovely design. Okay. Then, since time is rushing us a tiny bit, I would say let's go to our number 7. A little gadget girl by the name of Jiwi was escaping from a Senshi tiger. She tripped on something. She reached for what she tripped over to defend herself with it. She swung the object forward and hit the tiger on the head. Back home, when Jiwi explained to her mother what has happened, her mother was extremely upset at the fact that she went out on her own again. But after glancing at the item the young gadget brought home, she smiled and told her daughter that this weapon had been there all along and that Azura placed the plant and geode in that exact place because she knew it would save Jiwi. Jiwi tied her bracelet around it as a reminder how lucky and unique it was. Congratulations, Madness, on making it to the 7th place. By the way, one of the judges was Sotasil, and Sotasil's, I think, the concept art lead on Beyond Skyrim Elsewhere. So they asked me to direct anyone who also loves the gadget to the Beyond Skyrim Elsewhere application page. So, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And Rob, you know your way around gadgets. Did I pronounce the name right? And what do you think about the backstory and the design?
It's Khajiit. Well, I say Khajiit, but I could well be wrong because of my pronunciations. It's okay, but it's not as good as some of the voice actors. I love this. I love the fact that it's got such a cool backstory, and that it just, again, like Nick was saying, it was just something that they had to hand. It happened to be blessed by a god, and they smacked someone, and they caused them enough damage to get away and live another day. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful piece. It's got a really nice combination of the natural elements of the sugarcane itself to the left that sort of morphs into the slightly more supernatural element with the crystals on the right hand side. I think it's very, very nice indeed, and we would be honored if they did apply to elsewhere, because with concept art like that, I suspect they would get in.
Yeah, also what I kind of abstracted from the lore, because I have to admit I got a really long backstory. When the little girl smashes the tiger, the geode was actually still intact. So she smashed it, and then it broke open, and out of that, the actual scythe was created. So
I see.
In the beginning, it was just the ball like grown over, and then it becomes the scythe. So I really like that fact. It's really like this transformation thing is really nice. It's
and it looks like teeth as well now with the broken section. Those shards of crystal look like teeth as well. Of course, with the Khajiit having lots of sharp teeth, that works as well. So yes, it's a very well thought out piece.
Also, the half moon is nice because Azura and the moon.
We love the moons.
You guys love the moons. That is absolutely
Oh,
true.
we are obsessed by moons, yes.
All right. Thank you. And thank you to Madness for your beautiful submission. Okay. Let's go on to place number 6. Reprise and Final. Twin daggers of Methalar, the Daedric prince of deception, murder, and secrets. It is believed that these blades were fashioned from the fangs of a spider daedra from Methalar's spiral skein and infused with a secret so devastating that when discovered will cause all who know it to fall into a pit of hopelessness from which the spider god will pull them into her web. Reprise empowers Final. For every cut, stab, or pierce that Reprise makes, Final gains energy that is stored within the blade until it is unleashed with unbridled ferocity. Congratulations to Kieran and Kane for making it to the 6th place. Honestly, there was a tiny bit of debate if this counts as one weapon, but since 2 people created them, we allowed it. But you must share the 6th place, okay? So, yeah, Argo, do you have any thoughts on this? I'm not sure if this might actually fit like a Roscrea setting, like a really old artifact or something being submerged for thousands of years and then resurfacing again and haunting everyone around it.
You're right about the Roscrea connection. That's very much a vibe of that project that I'm on, and I really like the pretty much anything that uses a unique way of making a blade. In this one, which is the what was the tooth or claw of a spider daedra, absolutely fantastic. And the handle is something that looks like it was pretty much pulled straight out of the Elder Scrolls, and it has sort of almost an Akaviri element to it, which helps, I think, give it that ancient like vibe to it. So I really like your idea of having it be a Roscrea kind of thing as well. And we also have a similar kind of thing with on Cyrodiil of the twin blades kind of being an icon in some ways, and it also vaguely reminds me of a sort of Ashlander kind of a piece.
Yeah,
so I could see it fitting a lot of places.
Yeah, actually, I also wanted to ask Nick about it because you can. This is made of the fangs of a spider daedra, so you can actually still see like the gum, like the flesh of the mouth of the spider there, like at the hilt. I think that those fleshy bits are like still the meat of the daedra. So, Nick, do you have anything to add? Because this is again a really viable, like really, I don't know, a really natural weapon, like you said in the beginning. You would like to see. Nick, are you muted?
Yeah, definitely. These are really some fitting weapon for a very natural style. I also love the little Daedric runes inscribed on them and the sort of web that actually keeps the blade bonded with the handle. So it's really all coming together really well. And it's really a nice design, a nice idea, and something that definitely would work in a great way in Skyrim, especially if you are to explore a dungeon or even defile a group of followers of Methala. They might have these as a sort of relic and sort of prize that you can claim at the end of a dungeon. So I do really think that these really quite fit well in the universe of the Elder Scroll.
All right. Thank you, and thanks a lot to Kieran and Kane for your beautiful submission. And now we go to something that Rob will probably like again. This is a Khajiit ethnic dagger, an assassination weapon, double-bladed to represent their racial relationship directly with the Twin Moons. And that's all the background story I have. So yeah, this is all I got. But I like this. It's a tool. So congratulations to Rob G on making it to the 5th place. And again, the reminder: if you like the Khajiit, Beyond Skyrim elsewhere, they might want you. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Rob, from one Rob to the other Rob, and from one gadget aficionado to the other gadget aficionado, what are your thoughts on this design?
Well, I'm actually a bit speechless to begin with because it's absolutely stunning. I thought the last one was beautiful. This one is, I mean,
Rob? Did Rob just fell off his chair because he's speechless?
Yeah, he was so happy with it. Wow.
He was so happy. Just, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I am. I'm
Okay.
surprised to have two submissions from elsewhere and we're not even halfway through. So, yes, it's a wonderful piece of art. It really is. It's everything down to the color of the blade, which is green, which obviously matches with the sugar cane, and to the adornment on the hilt. And I also love the fact that it's a two-handed or two-bladed weapon. It sort of gives me sort of a Xena vibe too, in terms of its usability, and it looks like it could really mess somebody up very, very quickly. And I'm just trying to, oh yes, the detailing of the. So I'm trying to read it as I go. Oh, thank you. You've made it bigger for me.
Yeah.
Yes, the brooch detail as well is really, really beautiful. So again, Rob G, from one Rob to another. If you're listening, put an application in, and if the rest of your art is as good as this, then I'm sure Sotha will be very happy indeed. I also love the fact that from a 3D perspective, myself being a 3D artist, you've added lots of descriptive details of the weapon itself and what references to use, what things to make it out of. So it's a fantastic piece of work. So very well done indeed.
I also just love the detail on the scabbard. Like you could make like, I don't know, no scabbard at all, for example, but they really put in the work to add this little cat paw detail. It's really cute. I like this, and
it's fantastic.
The twin moons to the hills down here. It's just well thought out. This is a lovely design.
Yes, it really is heartwarming to see that both of the Khajiit or Elsewhere submissions have understood that they're making. Which is wonderful to see.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much from one word to the other, Rob. So, I would say, let's go to number 4. This mysterious Daedric-looking artifact seems to have been inspired by some sort of snake or dragon. Its real sources are known long ago. Be careful while handling it, as it's said that a prolonged and painful death by some sort of poison. Whatever works for making. I have to admit, I'm designing Daedra weapon right now, and I just know how much of a pain. Crazy distinct Daedra style, which sometimes even looks a bit modern, with the usually more medieval setting. It's just a tough thing to do, and you did that so well. So absolutely kudos to that. Kettle, if you would find this weapon in Cyrodiil, where would you?
Oh god, anywhere definitely looks like something that could be used by the armies of Oblivion, like breaking through. Where I live, I love seeing concepts that they bring to Elder Scrolls. Like has a very set amount of everything steel or whatever, but there's a sort of a set material set. Play around with that a little bit more. Also, the design makes it look like something alive. Two things that would draw me to it straight away. But yeah, you could. There'd be plenty.
Oh, hang on. I'm not sure. Are we having any technical difficulties?
Are we?
Apparently, the stream's got stuck a couple of times, but it
Oh.
seems to be okay.
Oh, so we can just. Then should we just wait or hang on? I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for my technical advisor right now. Back on track. But the good thing is now we could use. Apparently we were able. So we were having issues. And yeah, we were apparently. And the song. So. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry everyone, I hope the VOD will pick up everything, but we can also upload the winners later on if you missed anything. So sorry to the winners if there was like any problem right now. And I would say then we just move on to number 3. Unyielding was a simple off-the-shelf steel sword used by an unnamed vigilant of Sender of Error. They were sent to deal with the champion of Molag Bal and retrieve his mace. However, overwhelmed, Molag Bal's champion then proceeded to mutilate and torture the vigilant, demanding he submit and pledge his soul to his master. Our hero lifted their sword in defiance, only for it to be shattered by a single swing of Molag Bal's mace. But Vigilant's faith was so strong and hatred for Daedra so ferocious that it literally held pieces of the blade together to be plunged into an opening in the cultist's armor. The Vigilant died soon after, defying Molag Bal till the end, but pieces of their sword remained in Molag Bal's champion's body, severely weakening him, causing him to eventually lose his deity's favor, his mace, and eventually his life in some very poetic and ironic manner. Part of the young Vigilant's defiant spirit still lives in those shards to this day, holding them together and fueling the flame with it. Congratulations to Mjol's husband for making it to the 3rd place. Sword was probably something like Unyielding, but they weren't like super convinced it was the right name for the weapon. So what would be your name suggestion for this weapon? Argor. Let's start with you.
I actually do like the name Unyielding. I don't really think it's too corny. Yeah, because it
Kettle, do you have any idea for an alternative name?
I think I'd agree with Agor. That is pretty decent. You could make it like anything along those lines. Tells the story pretty neato. I'm a huge fan of concepts that bring in potential special effects into weapons. I do that, but a lot of weapon implementation, something special into it from another discipline, shall we say. And there is a great opportunity with this, with the Dawnbreaker lights. And you could have a little animation on the blade for the shards that they're not completely static together. There's a lot of opportunities there to make that something, make it even more special, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Nick, do you have any suggestion for an alternative name?
Again, it is really hard to decide something of a different name, because I think that Unyielding really is a name that tells the story of this blade. I mean, you could call it Shard, you can call it Thin Light. I mean, I think that Unyielding really is something, because even the name itself really creates an image of how the blade was shattered and why it still has that keeps it the fact that the blade is almost rusted, really it works. It can cut through the darkness, and I this blade in a complete dark dungeon, and it creates light. I really think that he nailed it. It's I wouldn't add or remove anything. I think that this design really is one of the favorite, I think, weapons in a game. Be one of the for example, like before we did one of the favorite quest line of the people, one of the favorite weapons they would try to get their hands on.
I mean, there's a reason it hit spot at, like place number 3. Do you have any alternative name suggestions?
Would agree with what everyone said so far. I think it's well named, actually.
I liked it too, to be honest. That's why I added it, even though the Artisan Worlds is a terribly corny. You know, it just fits the setting. One, start clapping, start filling the top 3. We're approaching number 2. Little is known of their mysteries. This weapon looks crafted, but it isn't. It is a living organism, but it shows no sign of life. Sometimes it reacts and other remains. For what was it used by its disgusting, still magnificent masters? Congratulations to my very dear buddy Furion for making it to the 2nd place and moral dilemma. Whoever you managed to not know Furion, both the Skyblivion and Skywind loading screens, and he designed for so many projects before and the most beautiful in-game art. So this is major collusion of interest to me. But he did all of this without having any kind of contact with me. Like, he didn't have any favors. Some of the other judges might not even have known him. This is not collusion. I swear it's not collusion. Please believe me. Hashtag truth. Kettle, since you have voiced your love for the slots in the other panel, I'm absolutely stoked to hear whatever you have to say about this beautiful design.
I'm a huge fan. I actually know Furion from Skyblivion as well, but this is an absolutely spectacular piece, in my opinion. It's probably not the best known fact, but there is a reference to the Slode in Oblivion. There's a whole the Hackdirt. I haven't played the game, probably won't. But there's a village in Cyrodiil called Hackdirt where there are several connections, or inferred connections to the Slode and the Flea. Little.
Okay. I didn't talk to you in a while, and Rob, I also didn't talk to you in a while. Oh my God, I'm the worst. I would just like to hear, like, how would either of you or like to implement this, because it's so crazy. Where or also Argo, where would you guys just place this? Like, how would you present this? How would the player achieve this? This is so odd. Give it to me, guys.
The first thing that comes to my mind would be just like you go through a cave. And it's just filled with magical enchantments and like things half frozen in time, and you get like different temperature climates in there, and at the very end you see it just floating on this pedestal. It's just what comes to mind.
Nick, where were you? Yeah. You place it.
Yeah, looking at this design, it really gives me a vibe of, you know, even something sort of came out of a Lovecraftian tale. The colors and the brightness of the colors and the reflections really makes me think of something that was deep in the sea, something that came out of a dimension, of a place that it's not placeable in reality, something that is completely off. And I really think that this would be fitting into a, you know, Armeos Mora kind of design. And yeah, the idea of this weapon really gives you sort of a dream reality, something that really you would come into this dungeon and you would know nothing of what was before. You could really get lost into this place only by reaching this dagger you could have spent one day into this. Time probably would froze. This weapon really might change and react differently to any kind of element. It really seems like a even fit as a catalyst. You know, from the Dark Souls games, it could really be a weapon, but it really could channel magic. So you could really use it to cast magic, to even drain magic energies from enemies. I think that this weapon could look really cool in game by throwing lightning or even throwing sprays of colorful magic that could blind and potentially these and maybe
Nick, thank you. I'm sorry. I just also want to hear Rob's opinion about it. Sorry for cutting you off. Rob, what would the average gadget think about when they would find this on the beach? Like just the wave brought this in.
They would probably try and eat it. I don't know actually. Yeah, it doesn't. Obviously, it's not designed for elsewhere. It's not a Khajiit weapon. The thing I like about it though, twofold. Well, I like the fact that they've got the references to the materials.
Yeah.
Images of the references to the materials actually included in the concept art, because as a 3D artist, that is very, very key that you know roughly what type of material you're making. The other thing I would say is that as a 3D artist, the potential poly count on an asset this intricate would be quite scary. I think to do it justice, it would have to be some kind of hero weapon or something, because it is so intricate.
Okay, thank you everyone. And now, everyone, it's happening. We are about to see the winner, who was able to beat all of these amazing submissions, and who will see their design come to life. We will see after these short commercials. No, of course not.
That would be amazing.
Here we go. Exquisitely crafted, this dagger is inscribed with the name Tideseeker. According to the mythos of the Ashlander, this blade is an ancient ritual object crafted exclusively for religious pilgrims to offshore Daedric shrines. The hilt is carved from a phallus whelk, forming a natural handguard for the wielder. It is covered in protective enamel coating of opalescent shark resin. The intriguing aspect, a crystal embedded within the hilt. According to Ashlander oral tradition, beneath the leather grip lies the relic of an ancient myrrh, whose bones have been crystallized as a rare product of natural decomposition. If there's any truth to the Ashlander legends, then this blade may well contain a soul gem filled not by magic, but through natural occurring means. So many congratulations to Tab. Congratulations, you did it. What a beautiful and unique design. Sorry again that I had to cut the lore down. You can see it on the screen, it's a lot of lore, but it's such a beautiful and unique design, and you absolutely deserve the first place. Nick, since you're like the resident Ashlander expert, give me your thoughts on this weapon.
Well, the design really is something that really hits the eye at first. The blade really feels like it's a soul gem catalyzed and shaped into the weapon, and the handle and the head of the shell really mix everything into something really cool. Also, the colors and the materials are really something that really match and works together perfectly. That really could be the weapon of a tribe lord.
Yeah, I really like this natural aspect because it just fits so well to the Ashlander, which just has all of these, naturalistic resources I always use. Just everyone, since I'm really bad with time management, I'm so sorry. Argo, please give me your thoughts on the winner weapon.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much the essence of what makes an Elder Scrolls weapon good. It has that mix between creative and yet realistic design. So it's almost something you could see in the real world if it was crafted out of bone or some such, but it has that unique magical element thrown in. And I can absolutely see disappearing in all three.
Hey, we even have the winner in the chat. Tab, congratulations again. Good job, buddy. Kettle, please share your thoughts with the winner.
Oh, it's a lovely design. I'm a huge fan of the materials. They'd be, for again, going back to 3D and texture from a texture editor's point of view as well. They'd absolute joy to have a crack at. Really looking forward to seeing like the finish, like seeing it in game.
And Rob, I know it's not a gadget weapon that won, but please some last words before we close the panel.
Yes, I think it's a very intricate piece and a very interesting piece with I think that the hilt, depending on the material, could also be a weapon in its own right as well. That would probably hurt if you got smacked with that. So
Oh yeah, you can make a great mortar with this thing.
I think so. Yeah, I think it could be. Yes, you could charge close range with the hilt, and obviously the stabby bit is self-explanatory. But I think it's a very nice effort.
Okay, since we had the technical difficulties, I'd just like to jump back really quickly and just show off all of these beautiful things once more and name the artist. So on the 10th place we had All That's Left by Unfinished Sketchbooks. On the 9th place we had the Hey Graver by Martin. On the 8th place we had Cargold by Jono. 7th place 10 Marks Shine by Madness. On the 6th place Reprise and Final by Kieran and Kane. On the 5th place Dagger, the Assassin's Dagger of Drummond. On the 4th place the Modcon Dagger or the Mysterious Dedrick Lunatic or Grace K. On the 3rd place we had Unyielding, name under construction, by Mjol's Husband. On the 2nd place we have Slowed Down. On the 1st place we have by Tab Tideseeker. Thanks so much for everyone who joined. This was such a pleasure to set up. Thank you to all. Like I said, they didn't know the submissions before. This was 100 know what was coming to them. So please stay tuned for the upcoming Skyblivion Walkabout. Join the one and only illegally charming Rebel Size as he shows you, and have a nice evening. Goodbye, everyone.
Are you interested in learning to mod? Do you wish there was a place that could teach you skills like creation kit implementation, game writing, 3D, or sound design? The Arcane University is open for your creative journey. We're a public Discord server open for anyone to learn. Our teachers come from our partner projects and will train you to reach a level of competency to join one of our teams. The road will not always be easy, but we have a complete progression system for every department to help you master your craft with special assignments and even a test claim board where you can take a shot at real project claims free of pressure. We also have live lecture events just about every month, which are then uploaded to our YouTube channel. So, what are you waiting for? Take the next step in your creative journey and join our community today.
What in oblivion is that?
The soundtrack for Beyond Skyrim Elsewhere has many different elements that give it its unique sound. We use instruments originating from all over the world combined with a palette of electronics to give this project a special auditive touch. But I would argue that if there's one thing that truly completes the soundtrack and makes it stand out, it is definitely the Ta'agda Choir. The idea for this choir originated about 2 years ago when we were working on the first set of tracks for the soundtrack. We wanted to include a male choir performing war cries and other aggressive shouting sounds to further intensify the music, but at the same time, I really wanted to keep this sounding native to Elsewhere. You could, grab a bunch of Nordic-sounding choirs like Skyrim had, but that just wouldn't fit Elsewhere, and it wouldn't fit the whole Khajiit theme. So, to keep it native to Elsewhere, we jumped to one of our partnered projects, the Ta'agra project, and we started working together with them and coming up with ideas on how we could utilize Ta'agra lyrics in our soundtrack. Not much later, we had finished a very small set of basic lyrics for one of the pieces we were working on at the time, and I gathered two of my friends, we planned a recording session, and that day we set something in motion that 2 years later still holds up, still grows, and sounds so much better than we ever could have imagined. First, we write the lyrics to a piece. We do this using the translator and dictionary provided by the Ta'agra project. And we also consult some of our team members internally who happen to be very knowledgeable on Ta'agra. After writing lyrics, I contact the choir members, we arrange a recording space, we take care of all the equipment that we'll be needing for the recording, and once everything is organized, we bring everything we need and head over to the studio. We set up the equipment, get everyone set, start practicing the pronunciation, all the different lines, just get into the flow, and then start performing. We perform all the lyrics, usually trying out different ways of articulating the lines to create more variation, and usually also adding in our own ideas and details on the spot. A typical recording session for us takes about 3 to 4 hours, and once we're done, we pack up all of our equipment, all of our gear, we set everything the way it was when we arrived, and we all head home. After we all get home, I begin the editing and mixing process, and once all the right takes are edited and mixed into the piece, I finish the whole thing off and the track is ready for release. The recording sessions are always very fun to do, but also a little painful. We always have a great time shouting strange words to music, but usually you do start to get pretty annoying throat aches rather quick. There are techniques to performing shouting and screaming like sounds within singing, but to be fair, most of us aren't singers, so there's not really a technique for us to performing these lyrics, so we just scream. It does give the right sound, but it's not super healthy for our voices, so we only host about 2 of these sessions per year to prevent long-term damage to our voices. Besides that, the recording sessions are great fun, the atmosphere is always great, we're always having a good time, and generally there's always a bit of goofing around going on in between the recording.
Good God! Wie was dat?
Dat was Bas!
Wie was dat?
Ik was niet
Bas!
And hearing the results after you've finished recording is always fantastic. Typically, we don't get a lot of opportunities to scream along to music at full blast without bothering people, so these sessions are always very enjoyable, and it's always a very relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Usually the choir isn't very big in numbers. There's actually usually only 2 of us, which is now changing since the choir is growing at the moment. But before, we had to stack a lot of individual takes on top of each other to get a thicker sound. So we would record the same line about 8 times and then layer all those 8 takes on top of each other to get a thicker sound. Now, as you're seeing in the video, we have more people, which means we have to stack a little bit less, which makes the overall process a lot more efficient. There's a few steps to the editing process. First, I take all the recordings we had, cut out the bad takes, and compile all the good ones. And then later on, we take all the takes together and put them in the right spots in the music. There are a few critical things that happen before the editing that make all of this possible, and that is how we record this. So we use multiple microphones in different positions, and by doing that, we have a lot more control over how we want the choir to sound. We process the individual microphones differently to create an even stronger sound. So The way this works is we have one close microphone, which is directly in front of us and picks up our voices directly, and we have two room microphones, which capture the sound of our voices echoing through the room. So that captures the room tone a bit more, and the close mic is really there to directly pick us up without any further room reflections or stuff like that. By individually pitching and shaping these two microphone groups, we essentially create two different layers to the choir's sound. So for the close microphone, it sounds a bit sharper and more direct. So those takes get pitched down a little bit to make them sound more powerful. And they receive some general cleanup to make them sound better. The room mics also get pitched, but quite a bit deeper than the close mic. And when you combine the close microphone with the room mics, those two different pitching layers create a bit of tension between the two microphone groups, which further intensifies the overall sound. Then the two room microphones get panned to the left and right. So that means that one of the microphones, all of its sounds are only in the left speaker. And the same goes for the other one, but then it's all on the right. So when you combine those two, it further increases the stereo width, which makes the whole thing sound more powerful, especially when you combine it with the close mic, which is what we do in the end. The overall combined sound of those two microphone groups then runs through a few more effects for cleanup, as well as a separate reverb, to make the choir fit better into the rest of the music. The choir works well with the rest of the music since, well, obviously it's into Agra, which fits the lore and the whole Khajiit theme, but it also works nicely because of the performance and the editing. We always try to perform the choir's lyrics with maximum energy to make sure it sounds as intense as we need it to be. This obviously varies a little bit per track, but overall we push ourselves pretty far to get the sound we're looking for. But the most important reason why the choir works so well is that alongside performance, one of the strongest aspects about the choir is the amount of control we have over it. Pretty much every single modding project out there relies on, sound libraries and virtual instruments for their soundtracks, since there's no budget to record live music with. For Beyond Skyrim elsewhere, we use these virtual instruments as well, but despite how good they can sound and how well we are able to do our jobs with them, they do still limit us, because at the end of the day, when you're using sound libraries and virtual instruments, you are depending on something created by someone else. Our choir is an entirely different story. We can write and record whatever we want in any way we want. We have complete control over every step of the way, which allows us to shape the choir's sound to the finest detail however we want. It's also quite difficult to get virtual instruments to sound natural as if played by a real person, so our choir is a great way of adding a powerful and naturally behaving layer to our music. Altogether, this choir started off as a small idea, a cool concept that we wanted to try out. Initially, I had my doubts on how this would work and on how it would come out, but after 2 years of creating and developing our choir's sound, I can confidently say that we've got something pretty cool going here. Currently, the choir is being expanded in numbers, and we're also diving into using more advanced equipment and recording techniques to further increase the choir's versatility. We're always looking to improve our sound and create the best fitting music we can, and improving our choir and the methods in which we record and edit the choir is definitely a part of that. Speaking of improvement, our project is always looking for more skilled and dedicated team members to bring this incredible province to life. Currently, we are particularly interested in writing concept art and 3D modeling, specifically 3D modeling on creatures, flora, armor, and clothing. If you have skills in any of these departments, we invite you to apply to join our project and help us in making Elsewhere become reality. Thank you very much for watching.
Lydia.
No, what?
Stop talking now.
Okay.
You know, you're live.
Are we live now? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Very nice.
Are we actually?
I don't know.
I see the Skyblivion Walkabout. Oh, we're not yet. Okay, I don't hear myself either. That's good.
But yeah, I won't hear myself.
Shh, stop talking. Stop talking. All right, I can hear you. Hello, everyone. Oh, I actually made a mistake. Oh no! I just noticed we went public on my own YouTube channel. It's supposed to be unlisted. Okay, no worries. We'll just change that real quick. Pretend that didn't happen. Hello, everyone. Professional Skyblivion team here. We are well prepared and never make mistakes, as you all know. And we are very happy today to take you on a little journey through Cyrodiil, the Skyblivion Cyrodiil, the Cyrodiil recreated as you know and love it from Oblivion itself. And we are doing this as the first walkabout, the first official walkabout for Creation ModCon, a joint effort between Beyond Skyrim, Skywind, Skyblivion, and the Arcane University to celebrate 10 years of Skyrim modding. And having that said, let's jump right into it. If the game works with me, we'll see. I'm not alone today. I am joined by a very special guest and someone who I think you should know if you follow Skyblivion. And maybe he wants to introduce himself. Hello, sir. Who are you? And why are you here?
Good spot. My name is the Lutist, and I'm one of the landscapers and the implementation lead for Skyblivion.
Very well. Can you tell me if everything is working correctly? Because I'm blind. Usually I have my own tools live on the left. Is the audio okay? Is the game showing? Is the quality good?
Still screenshots for me, but
okay. I'm gonna assume that it'll change. I'm not sure what the delay is. Usually the delay is very short. But seeing as we're streaming it twice, it might be a bit longer than usual. At least this is nice to look at. If we can't jump into the game, then at least we can enjoy the cool new splash menu.
I can see the main menu now.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay. All right. This walkabout is going to be very much unscripted, a bit sporadic even, but I have prepared a little save file to at least show off some cool gear and armor that we have. This is our character for today. He did just come out of the sewers, but somehow miraculously I was able to gear him up with some of the best stuff in the game. So I hope you can appreciate that. Having that said, as luck has it, we actually have the landscaper, the level designer, who was responsible for creating large chunks of what we see around us now. So maybe that's a nice place to start off, Loot, is with maybe you telling a bit about how you went about designing this area.
It's a big one over a long time, but
yeah.
A lot of this area has been kept very similar to vanilla in a lot of ways. Not a lot of things have changed. Kind of inspired by the original game and kind of trying to take what that tried to do with the original technology that it had, and obviously they couldn't do quite what we can do with Skyblivion and Skyrim engine, so we can take it a lot further. So it's kind of just trying to update the design philosophy as far as we can make out from what was in game.
Yeah.
Taking that into a modern engine.
Why ruin a good thing?
More
I
modern
guess.
engine. Yeah, true.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's maybe a better way to put it. Very nice. I do remember Vilverin. I think for everyone who played Oblivion the first time, the first thing you'll notice is the quick change of scenery. You've spent probably like half an hour, 45 minutes in the tutorial dungeon before you get greeted by Cyrodiil for the first time. You know, there's forests, there's this giant ruin in front of you, which is your first introduction into the Aliads. And I remember exploring Vilverin very fondly. Not something we'll do today. We'll save that for another date, another video. But it's definitely one of my favorite memories, looking back at Oblivion. I was getting shot from somewhere. Oh, there he is. A good thing to maybe note is that while Skyblivion looks very impressive, if I do say so myself, we're gonna crash the game really quickly. Sorry about that. we're very much looking for more volunteers to actually join the project, join the efforts. That's a common crash, by the way. That's why I probably shouldn't attack human NPCs. There's currently a greeting in the game which triggers when you attack people, which causes a instant crash to desktop. Kind of forgot about that for a second. So as I said, unscripted, very raw. If you have questions, by the way, you can ask them in the chat. We'll give them a look and try to answer them as quickly as possible. But to carry on with what I was saying, I actually don't know what I was saying, so I'm sure I'll get back to it. Interesting stuff. Oh yeah, I do remember. Well, the project looks very good in its current form, and it looks very playable, and in a lot of ways it is. We're still looking for more people to help out, to jump into the effort that is recreating Oblivion. We're still looking for level designers. We're looking for people who know how to implement quests, how to create 3D assets, who can nav mesh. Nav mesh is also a big one that we'll need some help with. So if any of these are skills that you could offer, and working on a project like this seems like a cool experience, then by all means we would love to have you.
Which helmet are we using? It's the Mask of Clavicus Vial, right?
Yep. It's a Daedric artifact. Where is it? I have a lot of things on
Third person yuck. People don't like the third person, Carl.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I was actually doing a poll the other day on my own Twitch channel, and the results were that I was one of the few people who plays Elder Scrolls games in first person, because a lot of people like playing in third. And I get it now, because I think one of the cool things about Elder Scrolls games, and something that we're really trying to focus on with Skyblivion as well, is that you want to make your character yours. And a big way to make a character your own is by customizing it. You know, you make the hero you want to be. It means you can collect certain pieces of armor. Right now, I chose to go with a collection of armor pieces that I thought complement each other very nicely. We have the Grey Aegis, or Aegis, not sure how to pronounce that, which I think goes very well with the Dwemer armor. The Mask of Clavicus Vial, I thought, complemented it nicely as well. It's a nice combination between the silver of the shield and the gold of the armor set. But what I mean with that's something we try to focus on with Skyblivion is that in Skyblivion we have, you have your regular armor sets, iron, steel, leather, fur, Dwemer, ebony, you name it. But just like in Oblivion, there's also a lot of unique armor sets and weapons. Basically collectibles that you can get your hands on by completing quests, both for regular humans or beast folk, but also for Daedric princes. And I think that's one of the cool things about Elder Scrolls games, is that if you can collect all those pieces and they look very cool, you can create a character that's unlike anyone else's. Like, it really is yours, like my buff hero we have with us today. That's something I really like, and that's kind of why I'm trying to run around in third person now as well, to show you all the goodies that we have prepared for you so far. This is also a really cool one. This is the Blackwater Blade, which I think looks really sick. I really like it's a very simple weapon. Like we have a lot more intricate weapons, but I just like the simplicity of the design a lot. You know, we have the shield, which is totally over the top, beautiful, but definitely over the top, and then we have a very simple, elegant sword. Looks like it's very effective as well.
Always playing second person. It's good. Like second person. What would second person be? Would that just be like on the shoulder? Oh, I don't know.
I guess.
What even is second person?
Like this, I guess. Or like next to your face.
blade from the Creation Club? Nope, this is a custom-made one. That we made ourselves.
Yeah, we do use resources for Skyblivion. You know, why remake something that's someone else has already done? You know, if someone has, I don't know, a carrot or a potato model, and the permissions are open, or you know, you contact them and you're allowed to use it, then that's definitely something that we very much appreciate and try to do where possible. But when it comes to hero items, which we refer to weapon and armor pieces as hero items, because they're items that are highly collectible, and we feel like you know, the hero, will be using. We prefer to make those ourselves. We have a very talented concept department who creates fantastic designs, and the truth of the matter is, you know, as we keep mentioning throughout today's panels, is that we are all volunteers on these projects, and a lot of our 3D artists really love doing unique items, unique weapons, armor sets, shields, you name it. That's a really fun piece for them to work on, and we already throw so much. How can I put this nicely? Crap. I don't know better words, but we throw a lot of crap to our 3D departments. You know, we have barrels, tables, cutlery, furniture, architecture pieces that are not the most interesting to work on, maybe not the most fun. So being able to give our 3D artists something cool like the shield every once in a while, or a piece of jewelry, really helps to keep people motivated as well. And you know, it's a nice change of scenery, nice change of pace. You know, when you've created these racks or these barrel sets, it's nice to be able to move on to something that's a bit more challenging, perhaps. So that way we keep everyone happy. And Todd knows that especially 3D artists are in very high demand with projects like this. So it's important to make sure they're happy and content. Yeah, that's a good note. We did a live stream walkabout 3 weeks ago for Skyrim's anniversary, and there were a lot of comments and feedback about our roads, and you can see we've changed. Actually, you can see the side by side. These are the old ones, and these are the changed ones. I just noticed someone noticed it in the chat and said they look a lot nicer. So that's why I want to bring that up. You know, the game is a work in progress, and it shows. You'll see probably throughout the stream today as well that there's some areas that look great, like over here, and in a moment we'll get to an area that's not been worked on yet. It's kind of barren, very rough, and those exist as well at this point in time in the game, in the project. But don't worry, it's all part of the plan.
That was the place
this is a good example.
People, yeah.
Yeah, that was. I probably should have. Yeah, probably should have sticked around. This is an area that was actually. You worked on loot. It looks great.
Yep.
In the creation kit, it looks great. The problem here was that there's. Well, maybe you can actually talk about it. I mean, it's your baby.
I'm about a minute or so behind you, I think. So I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Oh, I'm at the
Could you stream to me on Discord as well?
I don't think my PC is already struggling a little bit.
Okay.
So I think if I stream it again, it's not going to be good. But I'm at the pond with the Oblivion Gate.
Okay.
That's.
The water's missing still, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, how we set up Oblivion Gates, there's an option in the creation kit to have an enable parent. So basically, you can set something to appear or disappear depending on if the parent is there. So you have the Oblivion Gate is the parent, and then you have objects which are there before and objects that are there after. So you can switch out entire scenes. There's an Oblivion Gate that spawns in the middle of that lake. So when the Oblivion Gate spawns, there's all this like frozen. What do you call lava once it's cooled? Cooled lava, rock stuff, so you can walk on. and this appears in the middle of the lake, and it's all like steam coming off the lake because it's hot lava. I've made a mistake here, it seems. So I clicked on the water by accident and set the water to be part of the state. It's just a simple fix in the creation kit, but yeah, these are things that happen and bugs we find as we play through and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to talk about that, because I think for us as players, we generally don't think about a lot of the work that goes into making our games. It's a bit like when I first started really getting into making mods and into the creation kit, it kind of blew my mind how much goes on behind the scenes to make something simple, or what you think is simple, like a random Oblivion gate appearing, to make that happen. And I think what's really cool about Skyblivion and our environments, and something that I really look up to, because I do a bit of landscaping as well, and I try to do an Oblivion gate, but they're really tricky. But you yourself, Ludist, and Dkeys have been doing such fantastic work on the Oblivion gate locations, making them very unique. And basically what you have to do is you have to create a landscape twice. You have to create a really nice, serene landscape for when the Oblivion gate is not there, and then you have to create this monstrous, demonish kind of hellscape for when the gate does appear. And it's very cool to see that very distinct change in the environment when those specific conditions are met. And I think that's something that people are going to really appreciate as well when they go hunting for Oblivion gates, or when one actually appears in the overworld. It's not an Oblivion where you have 2 spikes and a gate coming out of the ground. There will be lava and fumes, gases, and the entire environment around it that will be changed as well, which I think is going to be very, very cool.
I sure hope the dragonfires stay lit. Might have some bad news, not going to lie.
Another interesting thing to mention, I totally forgot about this, but you are not looking at this yet, Loot, but we have a problem with our old LOD that was generated. For one, there's missing textures. You can see that the textures are missing there. It's also from an area of the game that's no longer there. And the LOD is so highly detailed that they might as well be actual 3D trees, which is causing significant drops in performance, unfortunately. And I probably should have enabled our new LOD, even if it is for a test run. But I'll be sure to remember that for next time. Right now, you might see some small drops in performance. It's okay, because performance is definitely something we do take seriously, by the way. Right now, though, given the current state of the project, it's a very heavy work in progress. Optimizations will come down the line, occlusion planes and whatnot. It's definitely something we'll make sure to tackle when the time comes.
Who doesn't know what an occlusion plane is? Basically, imagine a wall, and anything on the other side of the wall doesn't render. So you could put in a cliff, you could put an occlusion plane, then everything on the other side of the cliff won't render. The game doesn't inherently know what to not render, because it's kind of tough, right? It's hard to figure out those sorts of things. So as level designers, as part of your job, is to place these things in where you know that, okay, I can place... It's very easy for in stuff like towns, so you can place like occlusion planes in a building, and then nothing on the side of that building renders. So obviously you can't see what's there anyway. So it just helps save your performance for instead of rendering things you don't need to.
Your money or your life. You're smarter than you look.
I don't even think I have 100 gold on me.
Don't you spawn with 100 gold? Naturally.
It's worthless to me anyway.
Oh, Oblivion. Well, actually, Skyblivion. We did that. Oh, this is such a nice view. This is Karos' work. who is one of the newer landscapers on the team actually, and she's been doing an absolutely outstanding job. Actually, yeah. For those of you watching right now in the Creation Mod channel chat, I would really appreciate if you can show some love, maybe some hearts in the chat room. Not sure if Kara is watching tonight, but she's a treat. She's a really nice person, really good landscaper, interior designer as well, and a joy to have on the team. Oh my lord. I'm looking at not sure what I'm looking at.
Is the EMB
Monster tree.
going to be with the whole mod, or it's just in-house? There is no EMB, this is just our weathers.
Yeah, people, that's like that question comes up so much. We've struck gold when it comes to our weather artist. He's not on the team anymore, but he made absolutely outstanding weathers for Skyblivion. But no, we never use an ENB in our videos because that would be a bit misleading. Is then on release, I'm sure there would be, you know, comments and questions and people being upset because the game looked better than it did in reality, and we really don't want to do that. But yeah, this is all just good weathers. Caro told me to go somewhere.
Caro is watching as well.
Oh, she is watching.
Yeah.
Right, well, even more reason to, yeah.
For anyone who does use the MBs as well, when you play Skyblivion for the first time, I'd recommend you turn your normal ENB off to experience things as we intended. Obviously, you don't have to, but maybe you could use ENB for like some of the generic enhancements, like better shadows and reflections and all those sorts of things that come with just ENB, without actually installing a preset on top.
Another big point is that ENBs are usually specifically created for various weather mods, or even vanilla weathers. So when you use an ENB for something like Skyblivion, it's not calibrated to our color palette. It can look nice, but I think the odds are probably better of you completely breaking the weathers to a point where they look not good.
Worse than, yeah. I'm sure there'll be mods that come out for Skyblivion, like ENB presets and the like, and texture packs and all this other stuff. So, someone did ask about occluders for 3D objects. As far as I know, unless I'm mistaken, in Skyrim, 3D objects don't act as occluders. Maybe I'm wrong.
Can you maybe do me a favor and look at the names of the locations I sent in the chat earlier today?
Yep. Port Kamala, Hackdirt, and Seatata, if I'm saying that right.
I'm not really gonna pay attention to the shrine just yet because it's still using the old placeholder statue, so it's not as glorious as it will be once we're placed it. Jump. You say Fort Carmala?
Carmala, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of close to that. What's the other ones? I already forgot, sorry.
Hackdirt?
Yeah, that's next to Carmala.
And...
Cave, there was a cave. Rock Bottom, maybe?
Greenmead Cave. And
oh, here.
Seatata, which is like an alien, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's right next to it as well. Okay, cool. Then I've set a location marker. I'll continue on to Hector for a little bit, and then we'll change course later. Just gonna repeat myself since we've probably picked up some new viewers along the line. If you are a talented 3D artist, or you have creation kit experience, maybe you can nav mesh, you can make interior dungeons, you can implement assets, take 3D assets and convert them to NIFs. We have a bunch of open positions for the project. I mean, while we're in a really good spot and development is very steady, it never hurts to have more people on board, and we would love to have you. Should you be interested? Yeah, I suggest you give a look to our website, skyblivion.com. Check out our open positions and maybe consider volunteering if mod creation is something you think is interesting to do. I recommend it. So this is one of the new forests then. It's slowly getting dark though. Might be a bit hard for people to see.
Witcher 3 bird noises. Like all the bird noises we have are from original Oblivion. I think Witcher 3 just has some birds that sound a lot like Oblivion birds. I remember playing Witcher recently and being like... Go on.
It's a lot of stock sounds that are actually used in Oblivion.
Yeah, they probably took things from the same resources and stuff, so... It surprised me.
It looks spooky. It looks even spookier with the missing texture in the background. We do have, which is a very good thing to maybe mention, we have Lazy Gecko. Am I saying that right?
Yep.
It's like I kept mixing up the geckos. There's two modders who go by a name, Gecko. Lazy Gecko on the Skyblivion team.
I think they're the same person, I think.
Oh, was that maybe the confusion? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he has two names on Nexus, I think. But the account is one name, but then the user is another, I think.
He is the author of Immersive Sounds, and he's been working on creating better sound effects for us, which I'm very, very excited for. I think he said he finished the Great Forest soundscape and another location last time we caught up. So I'm really looking forward to see all that implemented into the game as well. With Skyblivion, there's a lot of things happening at the same time. So while someone is landscaping it and doing the interiors, other people are working on 3D assets, and there's someone doing the textures for some of the architecture that we need to make. And in this case, there's also a sound designer making sure our game sounds fantastic, or well, your game sounds fantastic when we do get to releasing. Should I leave the nighttime on? I feel like it's a bit difficult to see maybe.
Good deal. What do people think in chat?
I see Mickey D has joined the chat as well.
He's been for a while.
I sure hope nothing bad ever happens to Dharma. Well,
that should be fine.
It's like this area is on the border, maybe. I'm gonna run to the other location I was told to check out. See a lot of pop-ins similar to Oblivion. Is that going to be fixed? A lot of the pop-in is because we don't have up-to-date LOD, so I can actually show you that perfectly. I Actually, okay, I do need to change to night or to daytime, because otherwise it's really impossible to see. And I see a lot of people asking for daytime anyway, so it works. So there's essentially two versions of Skyblivion you're looking at the moment. One Skyblivion is the Skyblivion that's loaded in, that we are in right now. That's this one. Then there's a second Skyblivion, which is all LOD. Problem is, this area is not... The LOD is nothing like the area we have in the game now. So for instance, this bridge is not there at all. This LOD is from a year ago, maybe even longer at this point. So it doesn't match. These massive trees, we don't have those at all. So the problem here is that the distant detail does not match up the current status of the game, and that's why you see all the pop-in. When the world map is finished and we have optimized all our LOD models, you won't have that issue. I mean, you're always gonna have a bit of pop-in because the LOD models get exchanged for actual 3D models, but it will not be as noticeable, nowhere near as noticeable as it is now. This is more or less a worst case scenario, unfortunately. Oh, we have a goblin cave. This is also an interesting one because you can see some landscape that... Wait, is this a cave? Yeah, it is a cave. You can see some of the LOD landscape that's kind of obstructing the cave there, so you can't really look into it.
Yeah, LOD
which
means level of
as
detail.
well.
Redindalod can help with that. Yeah, we just need to get a new LOD running, that's all. Pretty much. Kyle?
Yes?
Oh, just quiet.
I am quiet, yes. Unbeknownst to you guys, I'm actually very tired. I have such a busy weekend. But that's fine. Glad to be here. But I am running on fumes, just a little tiny bit.
Always love this combat track. Good. The music we are keeping the same. So we'll be using all of the music from Oblivion. So your favorite soundtrack is back, but we're adding some extra supplementary sound effects. Supplementary songs into the mix. So each region will have a song, a track, which will help distinguish that area. So there's Jarl Mountain track, there's a Heartlands track, there's more dungeon music. So hopefully it'll help to split out the repeatedness of the music. You're only hearing certain tracks in certain areas, as well as there just being a bit more music overall. That's really mesh of brown and grey. Yep. However, weather's a very bright and vibrant, without all the is it bloom? I think the right word from Oblivion. Oblivion had a lot of bloom, which kind of destroyed a lot of how good the weather could have looked. How was anniversary affected his development? Not a lot. We haven't updated to the new version of Skyrim just to avoid any issues with SKSE, which is needed.
Yeah.
Big use of discover or triggered stimuli as well. But that you mean music on certain places? So as soon as you work into like a certain area, different track starts playing. Is that what you mean? I don't think we've done any of that, right, Carl?
So what was the question?
Playing certain tracks when you walk into a certain area. Like what's the dramatic music when you walk around a corner into like a certain part of the map?
Well, we have region-specific music.
Yeah,
so
but like
we
but I said that you walk on the corner to like a certain vista or something, right? You haven't done anything like that.
Oh, no. We want to do something like that for you exiting the sewers.
Yeah.
So when you lay your eyes upon the world of Cyrodiil for the first time and you get out of the sewers, we have something like specific planned for that in terms of music and the way that will be presented to the player. But that's it. The thing is, like with a lot of these things, it would be nice probably to do this, but our list of things that would be nice to do is so big. If we would give in and do all of those, then we'll be here for another 5 years, you know, and I don't think we have the capacity and the energy to keep that up. So at some point you have to kind of decide where you draw the line, what you will and what you won't do, and add. And we've kind of decided that the time of adding new cool stuff is kind of behind us now. We're more dedicated and focused on finishing it at this point.
I should hope no paintbrushes will be used for things other than painting, like climbing the White Girl Tower. You'll have to find out, won't you? Sorry, did I cut you off?
Not the first time, won't be the last.
Who?
I think I fixed the LOD problem from before. Just made the weather very foggy. Now you can't see anything.
Great.
No popping. Guaranteed fix. Oh, actually, maybe something interesting to mention is that we actually a lot of people on the Skyblivion team stream actively when they work on the Skyblivion project. I myself stream landscaping, for instance, at the moment, but I've also done level design, so working on dungeons or houses. There's people who stream 2D artwork. There's people who stream making 3D assets. You name it, quest implementation. So if that's something you're interested in, you can check out The Adventurers, which is a stream team on Twitch. Probably easiest to find if you go to Rebel's Eyes on Twitch. You'll see below my channel The Adventurers link. Or maybe someone actually can share a direct link to The Adventurers on the chat. I don't want to plug myself. It sounds like I'm just doing that now, but I'm not sure how else you can easily find it at the moment. Because I think if you look on The Adventurers on Twitch, it doesn't give you the stream team. It only gives you channels. Okay, I'm gonna change the weather to be a bit less foggy because you really cannot see much.
Mickey just commented that it looks like Morrowind now with all the fog.
Yeah, it kind of does.
How many of the armors are done? I think there's, what, 2 sets or something like that remaining?
Yeah, we currently have 26 of 28 completed.
Okay.
I happen to know a lot of the statistics for our 3D department because I've been writing the new dev diary, which I intend to to focus a bit more on 3D as well. So it's not like I know all that stuff from memory all the time. That's a coincidence. It's a fluke. Not actually that involved into the project. Usually I don't even show up until 6 p.m. A bad lead. This area is the Gold Coast, by the way. Just kind of wandered in without telling you about it, but the Gold Coast is a Mediterranean region of Cyrodiil. As the name suggests, it's on the coast. It's very dry, very warm, very pleasant, if that's your thing. If sunshine and beaches is not really your thing, then, well, that's a bit unfortunate. I don't really know what to tell you. I don't think people can share a link by the looks of it in the chat.
Okay, I can't show any either then because I'm not a mod.
Maybe maybe an interesting question for the people in the chat is if there's a region or an area or a location that they really want to see. If you do, that might just be a wish we can actually grant. That way it's perhaps... Huh? Someone say Fall Forest?
Not sure. I didn't hear anything.
We'll see if the people in the chat agree with that one person who whispered Fall Forest. The Gold Coast is also an area I'll be working on finalizing after the new year. I'm currently focusing. Oh yeah, actually the Colovian Highlands is coming up as well, which has a lot of work done to it now. Of course, people are asking for specific cities, not like regions.
Yeah, a lot of the cities are done. They're still in a bit of a limbo state.
Yeah, the cities that are finished right now are Leywin, Bruma, and Breville. No, not Breville. Breville is like half finished.
Yeah.
We can showcase those. The other ones, like we're going through them one by one. Nice bumps in the road there. Yeah, we're going through them one by one. Up next, we're doing the Leywin interiors, and at the moment, Breville, Anvil, and Cheydinhall are under construction. After that, we'll only have Skingrat and the Imperial City left. Yeah, don't judge these areas too harshly, by the way, if there's things that look out of place, because we're still brushing them up and trying to make improvements to them as we go.
People are suggesting the Shivering Isles. We're not working on the Shivering Isles yet. That's something we'll be focusing on after the development of the main game is done.
Originally, we intended to create Skyblivion as Oblivion and all its DLC as one big thing. It's a good example of me being very naive, because I've been yelling that for about a year or two until I realized, no, never mind, that's not feasible at all. As much as I would love to do that, it's already quite a lot of work just to remake the base game. You can believe that. And then creating one of the biggest Skyrim or Elder Scrolls DLCs on top of that, it's yeah, very ambitious, very, very ambitious. Are you sharing assets and areas with Beyond Skyrim? We're not sharing areas because that is not really possible. We are sharing assets, and I can say that I have on multiple occasions looked at Beyond Skyrim's work, for instance, to help inspire me. Usually, when I work on a location, like say for instance a mine or a dungeon, I have a big reference palette, as I like to call it, on my second monitor open, with references from Skyrim itself, because I think their level design was done really well. Levels by our own Skyblivion developers, and also projects like Skywind, Beyond Skyrim, you name it, to help come up with, you know, cool level design ideas and things to make it look interesting. This is actually an area that I've been working on. We haven't really showcased this officially yet, so that's a first that I'm fairly happy with. And from here on, we will go to. I think I saw a bunch of people asking for Skywind, so we'll give the people what they want. That's one of the cities that we can showcase. I also need to look at the time because we have an hour, actually.
Yeah.
We have 8 minutes left.
Spellcrafting will be a part of the game. Yeah. All over systems. So we're working on some of the small systems. Attributes won't be featured, so we decided to just focus on getting the game out to you guys as fast as we can. And the persuasion mini game isn't being worked on either, no.
Persuasion minigame is always an interesting topic because there seem to be only two types of people: those who loved it and those who hated it, and it's always kind of like split down the middle. In my experience, whenever I bring it up.
So in cases where you need to persuade someone now, like you would say if someone needed a certain amount of disposition, like they did in Oblivion, you'll now have the options from Skyrim where you can try to bribe them, persuade them, or intimidate them, depending on your skills. It'll roll the dice, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the Colovian Highlands because I feel there's a conflict of interest here, and go to Leowen.
For level scaling, we've switched up level scaling, something I worked on, in fact. So it now uses a more Skyrim-style system where you have much higher levels to unlock things. Instead of level 20 being where you get Daedric and glass armor, because level 20 in Oblivion was quite a high level. It took quite a while to get there, but if anyone who actually played Skyrim, you'll know that level 20 doesn't really take all that long to get to. If we kept those levels the same, you'd be getting Daedric armor very early on.
Big props on that, by the way, because it's one of those tasks that someone just needs to take on and do. It's much easier said than done. I'm going to quickly run through Leowen to give you an impression of what a new revamped city can look like. I'll do it once in nice weather so you can take in all the beauty, and then I'll give it some proper Blackwood vibes by pulling out the rain and the mist, so you can get two different moods. Really like those lanterns, those lights from Shadow. They look really nice with the little bird on top.
Yeah, they're great.
I think Shadow in general is great. One of our MVPs, for sure.
Yeah.
think every project has one of those people. When I look at Skywind, for instance, because I'm on the Skywind server as well, from ye olden days, is that Zix. That guy is just pulling out entire tile sets like it's nothing. Never seen anyone work so fast. Doing all of Vivek, Daedric runes. Very impressive. We have one of those people as well. Who does everything. Creates tile sets, creates weapons, creates creatures, implements creatures. Always good to have one of those MVPs. Currently in the lower district, if you hadn't noticed yet, it looks a bit run down. I'm kind of rushing through it because we are short on time, and I also wanted to show you this version of Leowin. But of course, when the mod is out, you have all the time in the world to, go into little sneaky alleyways, see if there's something at the bottom of the ponds in the town. Just, in general, go around and explore to your heart's content. For now, though, I'm the captain, and I say we rush through it. Skyblivion speedrun, that's what we're doing tonight.
NPCs turned off. NPCs are kind of turned off, yes, because there's no nav mesh in the current build. So the NPCs don't know how to leave their houses to go out and walk to the shop or walk to talk to NPCs or do their daily tasks. So they're kind of just stuck in their homes at the moment.
Everyone's just self-isolating and staying at home, yeah. Everyone is grounded. It's kind of funny though, because if you go into the mage guilds and stuff, there's just like everyone is clumped together in the hall. Not really knowing what to do, where to go. It's great. Having that said, another thing that might be interesting to look at is the revamped Blackwoods, which is the swamp of Cyrodiil. The thing what I like most about Cyrodiil is that, unlike Morrowind or Skyrim, and they definitely have this, I'm not saying these regions do not have this, but I always felt like Blackwoods, Oblivion, Cyrodiil, in this case, had the most diverse landscape. You have your Gold Coast, which is a beach. Yes, you won't. You have this very Mediterranean beach-like area. You have the Colovian Highlands, which is a very sharp, dry, arid mountain range. You have the Jarrow Mountains, which is very snowy, very similar to Skyrim's biomes. You have the Fall Forest, which is kind of similar to the Rift in some ways. You have the Heartlands, which is very lush and green. Then you have the West Weald, which is a bit like the Heartlands, only there's a lot more color. And it's just this really over-the-top high fantasy area. The Valus Mountains, which are a bit more mysterious and alien, because they're close to Morrowind. Well, not really because they're close to Morrowind, but they are close to Morrowind, and you can see some Morrowindish elements, at least in Skyblivion in that area. And a lot of the foundation for this was present in Oblivion. It just wasn't really executed all that well, because for a large part, Oblivion was automatically generated and not tuned to the level of, say, Skyrim by hand. Still a great game, my personal favorite. But that gives us an opportunity to, create something truly unique and gives you a reason to go back, really. Blackwood is definitely a very moody area. A little bit depressing. Very wet.
mushrooms in the Valis Mountains. Are there any mushrooms?
Yeah.
There are. Okay. Like that's just on the border, if I remember right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have your usual mushrooms as well. You know, just like regular mushrooms as ingredients you can pick, and
Like
then
Morrowind mushrooms,
closer. Well, closer to Morrowind, you don't have specific Morrowind mushrooms. I don't think, but there's some slightly bigger ones. And you'll see when you'll get there. Talking to the audience, by the way. Looking at the time,
We need to wrap
I think
up.
it might be. Yeah, we do need to wrap up.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to go
What's the
back
next?
to. I think we are the last panel of today, but stick
Okay.
around because I'm sure there's going to be, or not actually. Sorry, I think there's going to be a wrap up. But I think we're at least going to end it here with a look at the gorgeous Vilverin ruins. First alien ruin you'll come across in Oblivion. Yeah, thank you everyone very much for spending your night with us. Thank you all for attending the first day of ModCon. I hope you have enjoyed this celebration of 10 years of Skyrim modding. What an amazing milestone and what an amazing community. If I can say something really quickly, I really want to thank all of you for supporting modding as you have. It doesn't matter if you're a user or a mod creator. It's really unique to see a community as active and as invested in their games as the Skyrim modding community. I can't think of a single game that it has this many people still playing it and still actively creating content for it 10 years after the release. So that's a very cool thing and definitely something worth celebrating, which is why we are all here tonight and tomorrow as well, because let's not forget we have a second day of ModCon full of awesome panels. So if you haven't yet, subscribe to Creation ModCon on the YouTubes, follow them on social media, and while you're at it, maybe follow Skyblivion as well. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and of course YouTube and Twitch. Other than that, also last plug, if you know anything about Skyrim modding, if you know anything about 3D modeling, nav meshing, quest implementing, 3D asset implementation, you name it, we are always looking for more volunteers, so maybe consider signing up. And I think that's gonna do it for me. Lute, anything you want to add?
I don't think so. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. It's been a good little fun hour showing you guys around.
Yeah, been a blast. Thank you everyone for your questions, and yeah, hope you'll enjoy tomorrow's ModCon as well. Thank you everyone. See ya.